Boo for the Billionaire by Tyler Walker.
Daniela is on the run.
Both the bad guys and the law want her head for different reasons.
Only one man can help her.
His name is Alex Wales.
And he owns most of the Las Vegas Strip.
He's tired of playing the kind and considerate man. It's time the gloves come off.
He offers her a deal.
But if you want to get your hands on the dirtiest details that YouTube won't allow, you'll have to get them firsthand from tylerwalker.com.
With code SAVE40, you can snag a 40% discount on any digital product.
Take a moment to leave a like and comment to let us know what you think. Your continued support is what makes these free, full audiobooks possible every week.
Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and make sure you stay up to date on the latest new content.
Thank you for choosing Tyler Walker's Boo for the Billionaire.
Chapter 1. Danny, I could barely hold the tray brimming with beer and cocktails above my head. You'd think the club would be empty on a Wednesday night, but not in Lumina, a high-end club for the elites. Deep, thumping music blasted into the smoke-filled area. Despite the strobing lights, I could see the dead eyes of the other waitresses I worked with as I passed by them. Who could blame them, though, when you work a dead-end job such as this? "Hey, you okay, Amanda?" I nudged another waitress who seemed to be spacing out. "Uh-huh," she responded, and proceeded to load her tray with trail mix and mugs of beer. I just shook my head. She'd come out of it soon. For the past 3 months, I'd been wearing the same tight uniform, with a pin name tag with the Gabby written on it, though my real name was Daniela Harrison. My day job as a reporter on one of the biggest news outlets in the West, Lifetime News Company. Our network had exposed countless illegal operations on this part of the globe. Trudging along with the gyrating mass of bodies with a tray in my hand, I'd make sure to get the scoop of a lifetime. In no time, I'd have a Pulitzer Award attached to my name, something I had dreamt of having since I joined the school paper back in grade school. I was heading into the back room behind the bar when my boss, Nikolai, a burly Russian man, called me. "Gab, look, it's Jordan Maximo and Sola," he said, and pointed in the direction of a man in a powder blue summer suit entering one of our VIP rooms. I exasperatedly rolled my eyes at him, which was met by a hearty chuckle from my boss. Despite his outward demeanor, Nikolai treated all his employees fairly and had our best interest at heart. Jordan Maximo was infamous among the waitstaff for being extremely handsy, and Nikolai always gave us a heads up before he walked in. These damn dogs were always trying to get their servers to put out for them, as if all of their money would be enough to erase the memories of the girls. Who'd be so foolish to spend a night with despicable old geezers like Maximo? My heart was racing, but I kept my composure. I'd been waiting for that shady businessman for a week, and luckily, I'd be serving the Sola for the night. The stars had finally aligned, and this could be the night I'd get the big break in the story I'd been working on. "Oh, for Pete's sake," I protested as I pushed my pen into my messy bun. I subtly clicked it, not to retract the writing tip, but to turn the spy cam on the pen handle. Evidence, evidence, evidence. I wouldn't let this day pass without having any proof. "Well, it's your lucky night. The big man asked for Amanda." Nikolai shrugged, oblivious to the fact that it wasn't good news for me. I would have asked Amanda to switch sections with me, but what could I do if the man specifically asked for her? It wasn't my lucky night at all. Patience is the key to a successful undercover operation, I thought to myself. The night would come for me soon. If I was being honest, this job paid more than my job as a reporter. At least I had this job waiting for me if this writing stint wouldn't work out. Well, I was kidding. No matter how hard I tried sneaking into the VIP room, the entrance was being blocked by Jordan Maximo's bodyguard. I even tried helping Amanda with a batch of drinks, but one of the personal guards grabbed the tray from my hands. I eventually had to stop, lest they find me. It was around midnight. I distracted myself by lugging beer bottles to the dumpsters in the back alley. I was just about to haul the last load of recyclables over to the bin when the back door suddenly slammed open, causing me to drop the bag I was carrying. All of the bottles shattered into pieces. Great. Nikolai would surely be pissed. I looked over to the door, ready to shout at the person responsible for the mess that I now needed to clean, but I stopped when I spotted Jordan Maximo with a staggering gait. What the hell was he doing here alone? Where were his bodyguards? Maximo was grunting and groaning as he reached out for something to support his weight. "Sir, you can't be here," I said calmly as I swiftly swept away the shattered bottles. He said something, but his voice was a bit unsteady and groggy. This man was intoxicated by drinking too much alcohol, and heaven knew how many sweaty customers in a drunken stupor I had practically dragged back into the club. I sighed and went to assist the moron. I just hoped that I wouldn't have to clean up vomit tonight. Chapter 2. Danny. "Sir, are you all right?" I asked as soon as I got near Jordan Maximo. I shouted for assistance, but my voice only echoed in the alley. I looked around. I couldn't just leave this man alone here. "Sir, what's the matter?" I asked again, however. The man continued moaning and groaning. He was so inebriated that he couldn't hold himself up, so I wrapped my arms around his torso and helped him to his feet to support his full weight. I expected him to reek and smell, but the coppery scent wafted up to my nose, making me stumble backward. When I could finally take a good look at him, my heart stopped. His powder blue shirt was covered with blood. I felt a sudden shortness of breath, and my legs wobbled as fear consumed me. My eyes immediately scanned the alley. I had to look twice to make sure it was indeed blood, and not my eyes just playing tricks on me. Maximo tried coming closer. One of his arms was outstretched over me, but I continued to step back until I found myself pressed up against the brick wall. He tripped on his own feet and landed squarely on his buttocks. "Help me, please," he said in a slurred voice as he forced himself to move, his eyes struggling to focus. Who did this?" I stammered. I wanted to move, but my trembling knees hindered me from doing so. "Think, Danny, think. The police?" "Yes, the police can help." With my hands shaking, I took out my phone from my pocket and dialed 911. But before I could even press the call button, Maximo let out a loud whimper. The panic in his sob spread like poison in the small space that we shared. I raised my head just in time to see a shadow crept across the alley. The figure stalked toward us, and the calmness of his strides was unnerving. Maximo was still in full cry, asking for his mother God and several saints I'd never heard of for help, punctuated with expletives. I could tell he was attempting to stand up by the shuffling sounds beside me, but I kept my eye on the shadow coming toward us. 1 meter away from us, the figure lifted his right arm. Light from a passing car caught the object on his hand, and it glinted sharply. Was that a gun? Oh, God. My knees buckled, and I slumped on the filthy ground. My heart hammered painfully against my chest, my breath coming in short rasps. Tonight will be the night that Daniela Harrison will die, in a dirty alleyway with nothing to show for herself. I wanted to cry, but my eyes had gone dry. I could only tremble in fear. Suddenly, 3 consecutive gunshots rang through my ears, and I covered them with my shaky hands. "You piece of crap!" Maximo spat, his voice cracking but still charged with pure rage. Realizing that I wasn't on the receiving end of the gun muzzle, I bravely looked up, resolute on keeping my eyes peeled. My years of training as a journalist kicked in as I took a mental note of every little thing. The black trench coat and matching Dr. Martens were all I could see of the figure as he stood towering. Bang! My eyes widened in horror when I heard another gunshot, which I knew was the kill shot straight to the head, as no more sounds were coming from Maximo. The pool of blood slowly creeping toward me confirmed my suspicion. I abruptly pulled my right foot closer to me. but my Black Mary Janes were already smeared with blood. This reality came crashing down on me so suddenly that I felt like my world was crumbling. Knowing the end was coming, I peered closer to the figure's face, wanting to see the person who would feed me to the worms. I gasped. A woman? The smell of gunpowder and blood overwhelmed me, and it took me a while to recognize the hitman in front of me was a woman. What? She seemed amused at my confusion, as a sly smile slowly crept up her lips, and then she winked at me, which surprised me as it made a metal clicking sound, only to comprehend a split second later, it was her cocking the gun. I closed my eyes. This is it, Danny? You had a good run. Damn, the woman who held me at gunpoint blurted. I sneaked a quick peek at her, but all I caught was the tail end of her black trench coat. A few seconds later, I heard the back door slam open for the second time tonight, followed by heavy footsteps. A dozen guards rushed right to the alley. I'd been to crime scenes before, but this one was different. A mixture of fear, relief, and adrenaline pumped through my veins. I just witnessed a murder.
Chapter 3. Alex. A loud ringing woke me from a dreamless sleep. I glanced at the digital clock beside me and saw it was just midnight. Damn it. Just when I decided to skip the club and turn in early for the night. I grabbed the phone on my nightstand and saw it was Sandro, a trusty associate of mine. This call could either be good news or very bad news for him to be calling this late. I let the phone ring as I stood up and went out of the balcony, letting the chilly midnight air brush across my face. Whatever this would be, I needed a clear head. I lit a stick and dialed the number back. "Jordan Maximo's dead, Boss Alex," the voice on the other end of the line declared without missing a beat. No time for pleasantries or platitudes. It took him long enough. I took a drag on my cigarette and looked up at the few stars left in the dark sky. A smile formed on my lips. Someone finally stepped up to the plate, huh? It didn't come as a surprise that Maximo was now dead. In our circle, we were more astonished that he hadn't died sooner. It came with the territory, I guess. When you were filthy rich, you were bound to pick some enemies up along the way, or in the case of Maximo, have half of Nevada wanting him dead. Well, with him gone, I was already expecting people to think it was me. Jordan Maximo was a close competition since I owned the most casinos in the Vegas Strip. Now my men were getting ready to be on high alert. You'd never know if and when Maximo's people would retaliate. He was gunned down in Lumina. Poor bastard got beat by a girl. Sandro chuckled. She went ahead and did what we all wanted to do for years now. If you'd ask me, that girl did us all a favor. He deserved it. No question about it. The old man was a notorious pervert. It must be some woman he rubbed the wrong way. I asked who we should thank for taking the garbage out. I might just go over and personally show my gratitude. It was never a bad thing to make new connections, may it be business or personal. Let's see, and maybe I could get lucky. I sensed hesitation on the other end of the line before Sandro answered. It was that Lifetime reporter Daniela Harrison. What the actual hell? Danny? That waitress who pretended as Gabby? I made sure I heard him correctly. Yes, boss. It was that undercover reporter in Lumina you asked us to check out. She was the only person in the alley where Maximo was killed. It's a miracle Jordan Maximo's bodyguards didn't gun her down right then and there. I couldn't believe it. There was no way in hell she could have done it. I mean, that woman was fierce, but I was sure she wasn't a killer. I tried picturing her dainty little hands pulling the trigger, but I just couldn't see it, let alone imagine her holding a gun. It wasn't her, I was certain. And it was certainly not easy for an ordinary individual to pull off. Someone's trying to frame her, I griped. Those bastards are trying to pin the shooting on her. Why would she be targeted? Sandro asked. She must have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, I explained. She had done great news pieces before, but not big enough to piss someone off who'd be evil enough to put her up to this. Sandro suggested some names of who might be behind this. In any case, it was too early to tell for sure. I was livid, but I wasn't stupid enough to make brash decisions in a case as serious as this. It was first-degree murder. She could get a minimum of 20 years in Nevada. But then if Maximo's people would pull strings, which I was sure they would, Danny just might be executed. Damn, this cleanup is thorough. I might not have the cleanest hands, but man, I couldn't let an innocent woman go to jail. And certainly not Danny, regardless if she was guilty or not. "What would you like us to do, boss?" Sandro asked cautiously. "I can try and see if I can get to one of Maximo's people." I stubbed out my cigarette and went back inside. I headed straight to the coffee machine and turned it on. "Boss, are you still there?" I heard the voice croak in my ear. I grunted in acknowledgement. "Watch Daniela and make sure she's safe," I ordered. "But keep your distance. Don't let her know we are watching her." I was sure she could hold up her own with her years of experience as a gutsy journalist, but this was way out of her league. And besides, there was no better way to get on someone's good side than with a favor. I wanted the little bunny to come running off to me willingly. "Sure thing, boss. I'll keep you posted," Sandro answered obediently. He asked if there was anything else, and I said no. I wanted to see how this played out first. I ended the call. "This will be interesting, Danny. I wonder how long it'll take you to come to me." I quickly realized I couldn't wait longer, so I called Sandro back. "Hold up," I declared. "I'll do it myself." Chapter 4. Alex. I took the last sip of my coffee, but the caffeine just didn't cut it. So I decided to squeeze in a quick workout in my home gym and reward myself with wine. Nothing better than a glass of wine, or a bottle in the wee hours of the night. I headed to the den and settled on the red leather chair behind my desk. I lit a Cuban cigar and let the rich, earthy smoke fill my office. I got everything I wanted, but right now I want Danny. I understood with an independent woman like her, a hefty sum of money would never be enough. If anything, I was positive she would just resist much more strongly. But I had ways to get her. Even though her freedom could be in jeopardy, the timing couldn't be more perfect. It was like the universe had brought Danny to me on a silver plate. I couldn't help but lick my lips as I remembered the first time I laid my eyes on her. It was 3 months ago, and ever since, I hadn't been able to get her out of my mind. I was in Stella, one of the VIP rooms in Lumina. I was filling my system with sin and poison, as I had always done every Friday night since the club opened. I could vividly recall asking our usual server, Maxine, for another round of top-shelf whiskey for the group. She was beautiful and a little too soft for me, and I always saw to it that she got a generous tip at the end of each night. Maxine was collecting our used glasses when Sandro accidentally knocked off the ashtray from the table, causing a stray piece of shattered glass to hit Maxine's right foot. She just bled a little. Still, as a gentleman, I asked Sandro to take her to the emergency room and handed her $1,000 for her trouble. I would have punished Sandro for his stupidity, but if that hadn't happened, the new girl wouldn't have been the one bringing us our orders, and I wouldn't have known Danny existed. She came in through the door, and I couldn't help but stare. "Here are your drinks," she said softly and flashed the brightest smile I'd ever seen. She wasn't like the other waitresses. Even though the staff looked like they came straight out of a modeling agency, she was different. She wasn't dead in the eye, like how most of the waitresses were. She had a certain spunky energy that woke something up in me, and I knew then I'd be chasing her. "Thanks." I paused and took a glance at the name tag pinned on her left chest. "Gabby." I finished with a wink. Her eyes widened for a split second, but she quickly recovered and flashed a wide smile. If I hadn't caught that quick change in her expression, I would have continued thinking she was just another Lumina waitress. Thank goodness I read people well, because I realized something was up with her name. Gabby. And so naturally I had my people look into her. Gabrielle Mills, that was her name in the record at Lumina. At first, our investigation on her led us nowhere. All we could find on Gabrielle Mills were obituaries from several states over. That was when it clicked on my head. Gabrielle Mills wasn't her real name. Within a day, I had an envelope on my desk. You'd be surprised, or scared, depending on what secrets you keep. by how easy it was to find dirt on someone for just a few grand. I knew who she was now. Daniela Harrison. I found out that she was an undercover reporter, and it just made her more irresistible to me. God knew how I love fearless minxes. Imagine a bunny bravely infiltrating a den of wolves, fully aware of all the danger and the looming threat of demise. Who wouldn't be tempted? You'd know for certain that she liked playing with fire, and so did I. Hence, I had to have her by hook or by crook, and I never failed in getting what or who I wanted. But as much as I craved her, I was keeping my cool and my patience. Besides, when you've got a rabbit in front of you, wiggling her woolly behind, you gotta chase it before going in for the kill. But nothing was better than having her come running off to my arms willingly. I was confident I'd have Danny soon enough. With her current predicament, she had no choice but to bite the bullet. There'd be some obstacles for me, sure, but nothing I couldn't deal with. And now, the chance had come for me to strike and grab the little bunny by her pretty little throat. I could almost taste it. Danny, I stood up to leave and gulped the last of my wine. You're mine now, little.
Chapter 5. Danny. I didn't kill him. I desperately pleaded to the police officers. You've got to believe me, I'm being framed. I'd always found peace at these small hours, but not tonight. And to say I was hysterical this moment, while sitting in the back of the squad car, would be an understatement. The sight of the guards flooding into the alley almost made me leap out of joy, but it was swiftly replaced with trepidation as one of the guards beelined to me and grabbed me by the arm. "Who sent you?" he demanded, as he twisted my arm behind me and pushed me against the wall. For a second, I was confused by his question. Did they know I wasn't a waitress? But why would that matter? If anything, with my work as a reporter, I could help them find the killer. Chills ran down my spine when I realized he wasn't asking about why I was spying in Lumina. I didn't do it. Let me go, I cried as I struggled against his grip, which made him hold on to my arm much tighter. I felt something hard and cold pressing against my side. I squirmed to look at what it was, and in an instant came the terrifying thought that this was the second time in one night I had a gun trained at me. I'll die tonight, and the world will never know I was innocent. Imagine chasing a Pulitzer all your life and ending your run as a felon. I thought of the shame I'd bring to my name and Lifetime News Company, and I was positive I'd never been able to live that down. As the throes of panic set in, I heard sirens coming closer amidst the commotion. Thank God, the police are here. I started to compose a statement in my head, but to my horror, the policeman immediately handcuffed me, and not a few minutes later, we were driving to the police station. I tried reasoning them. I even gave my boss's name and Lifetime to verify my identity, but they just ignored me. I have a hidden camera on me. It will show you everything, I explained to them. I could feel bile rising to my throat, making my voice raw with desperation. It wasn't me. Sure? The policeman in the driver's seat scoffed. I can't believe this. I'd been on a police ride before, but instead of riding shotgun, I was now handcuffed, seated at the back like a common criminal, which I sure as hell wasn't. Nobody is listening to me. The best I could do was kick my feet in protest, as I knew the officers had already made their minds up about me. What happened to be presumed innocent until proven guilty? I looked down and caught my white top, still crusty with dried blood. The policeman didn't even give me the chance to wash my bloodied hands. God, what did I do to deserve this? I knew coming into this undercover assignment was not without risks, but never in a million years did I expect this to end with me witnessing a murder. And worst, having that murder be pinned on me and landing in jail. Is this what I got for trying to chase my dream of becoming a well-respected journalist? Maybe they were right. A small-town girl like me shouldn't dream too big, as it would certainly only end up in trouble. Now, look where it landed me. I should have listened to my parents and continued working behind the front desk in one of the hotels in the area. I could already hear their nagging in my head, which just agitated me more. Alone and helpless, I suddenly realized no one could help me now. My family didn't care about me, and I couldn't just let my friends get caught up in all of this. With these aggravating circumstances, it would take the best lawyer in Nevada to save me from a certain indictment. But damn, I was too broke to afford a lawyer, let alone a top-tier one. I knew I was tough, but I wasn't sure I'd last a second in prison. How do you get out of this, Danny? I had no idea what to do. There must be no way out of this. Tears streamed down my face as my mind raced to assess the situation. With the blurry vision, I looked outside the window. It might be the last chance I would see the city for a long time. Only a miracle can save me now. I sobbed helplessly. I knew miracles were impossible, but just as the thought entered my mind, I caught sight of a light source, and the next thing I knew, a cacophony of shattering glass, bloody screams, and metallic scraping filled the air. My miracle came. Only it was in the form of a car crash. Chapter 6. Danny. We were nearing South Martin Luther King Boulevard that would lead us straight to the Metro PD. Suddenly, I was blinded by headlights from the intersection, and it quickly became clear to me that it was barreling straight toward us. Before I could alert the officers with me, a loud crash hit the side of the patrol car. The impact threw me against the car door. With my cuffed arms, I tried to shield my head from fatal injury. All the while, I was screaming my lungs out to reassure myself that I was still alive. With eyes closed tight, I felt the car rolling that seemed to have gone on forever. I tightly curled up into a ball, hoping this would protect me. I could sense glass flying all around me as the car landed upside down. I was certain I lost consciousness. For how long, I wasn't sure. The squad car was filled with groans and moans and the loud squawking of the radio on the dashboard. I could taste blood in my mouth, and I could feel every inch of my body aching. However, when a whiff of smoke caught my attention, I knew I had to move. The fire started to grow on the car hood, the bright glow of the flame cutting through the darkness of the night. Any second, I was sure I'd end up roasting inside this burning car. So I abruptly kicked the remaining pieces of larger glass on the window beside me. I was about to head out the window when I spotted 3 brawny, gun-wielding men in suits rushing out of the wine-red BMW X3, the exact car that hit us earlier. I suddenly felt disoriented until the sound of gunshots forced me to crawl out of the wreckage with my banged-up body and cuffed hands. I was lucky enough to have been on the opposite side of where the thugs were. Thank heavens they haven't seen me. But who the hell are these people? Still sprawled on the ground, just feet away from the car, I tried to drag myself out of their sight. And as I was about to get back on my feet, suddenly, a bright light flashed behind me, followed shortly by a loud boom. The car had already exploded. I could feel the heat from the blast on my back and my legs. It was a miracle no shrapnel had hit me. I felt paralyzed for a moment, and my body just wanted to stay by the side of the road. I could sleep here and get this over with, but a part of me prevented me from succumbing to the pain. My mind was still on high alert, knowing that I still had a fight left in me. Fearing detection, I dragged myself to the alley and hid behind a dumpster. My heart was beating so fast I could feel my pulse on my temples. I had to close my eyes to even my breathing. What have I gotten myself into? While I might have dodged death 3 times now, I didn't think heaven would favor me again. I needed to come up with a plan, or else I might be dead the next time. I whipped my head toward the burning car and cursed under my breath. The armed men were still relentlessly shooting the car, probably making sure they finished the job, or they were making sure they'd finished me too. They must be Jordan Maximo's people, out for blood for his killer, which, at the moment, they believe was me. How can I prove my innocence if I'm already dead? I muttered another curse. I shouldn't give up without a fight. That's not me. If they saw me, It'd definitely be the end for me. Despite my hopeless situation, I released a humorless laugh. This can't be my end. From a distance, I could hear a siren wailing. The sound became louder and louder by the second. I flinched, and my guts told me to move. I could see the men hurriedly getting into the red BMW and speeding away, leaving a trail of smoke as they headed in the opposite direction from where the siren was. I'm a fugitive now. I'm no different from these awful men, getting spooked by the sounds of police sirens. This thought made me tear up, realizing how my life had turned upside down in such a short amount of time. However, I knew crying about it wouldn't save me. With all the strength left within me, I managed to look at the scene again. Right outside the alley, late-night stragglers started to gather at the scene. The responding police had already arrived and were trying to secure the scene, warding off bystanders off to the side. With one deep breath, I composed myself. I turned away from the crowd and swiftly headed south.
Chapter 7. Alex. I could feel my heart pumping with exhilaration. Chasing Danny would be a wild ride, but I knew for sure this would be worth it. At almost 2 o'clock in the morning, about an hour after Sandra woke me up with news about Maximo and Danny, I found myself sitting in my Mythos black Audi A7 parked just across Lumina. The club was still swarming with cops and lab geeks moving in and out of the premises. Patrons, on the other hand, were slowly dispersing into the night, who, without a doubt, were miffed at ruining their evening plans. But if someone was not having the best night, it was Danny, who I'd just seen being escorted by policemen. Bloodied, disheveled, and handcuffed, her wicked good looks still shone through. I would have asked my men to bring her to me, pronto, but I wanted her to come to me on her own accord. As soon as the squad car left Lumina, I immediately started my engine and followed them, with my headlights off. Just as we were turning the corner to Tropicana Avenue, I noticed a BMW X3. It was heavily tinted, with the headlights turned off just like mine. This is bad news. I slowed down my car and took out my Keltec P50 from the glove box, screwed on the silencer, and checked if there were enough rounds in the magazine. I gingerly placed it under my coat as I watched the cars closely. Still, I was confident my men were close by if things got out of hand. We were coasting through Western Avenue and were about to cross under the freeway when the red SUV suddenly changed lanes. What are these clowns planning now? I kept my distance from the squad car, keeping my eyes peeled for what might happen next. This deserted commercial area lined with one-story nondescript buildings was the perfect place for them to make their move. And they did. It happened so fast I barely had time to react. The BMW X3 just bumped into the squad car, which was obviously planned. I immediately stepped on the brake and parked behind an auto repair shop, ready to spring on my feet at a moment's notice. 3 mobsters alighted the SUV and started to gun down the overturned car. I hastily drew my gun as I opened my window down a notch. These bastards are gonna kill Danny! I was aiming for the guy closest to me when suddenly the squad car exploded. Daniela! I screamed. My hand found the door handle, and I was about to step out when my phone rang. I put Sandro through. She got out, boss. Don't let her out of your sight! I bellowed and instantly dropped the call. I noticed the thugs scrambling to get back to their vehicle before I heard the sound of sirens. The BMW zoomed straight through the northern part of the city. I'd just deal with Danny later. I abruptly followed Maximo's men close behind. Luckily, there was still a considerable number of vehicles on the road, allowing me to blend into the traffic. These idiots can't even tell if they were being followed. No wonder someone was able to get to Jordan. I shook my head. I realized 10 minutes into following them that they were trying to get to the I-15 and possibly booking it for Arizona. And I wouldn't allow that. It'd be harder to track them down if that happened. And so, when we got to a particularly deserted part of the freeway, I got my pistol out while they were doing 100 at 10 miles per hour on the interstate. The bullets hit both their left tires, causing them to skid and lose control of their vehicle until it rolled and exploded. Karma's a bitch, isn't it? I couldn't help myself but laugh. With the thugs taken care of, it was time to pay Danny a little visit. I took a U-turn and started driving back to the city. I called Sandro for updates. The thugs are toast, Sandro. How's Danny? As expected of you, boss. Danny, she's walking home. Of course, she was. Where else would she go? She was too good of a person to get her friends involved in this. And I figured that she had no phone or cash on her, so she couldn't take a ride home. She was in no danger, though, as my men were watching her. So as much as I wanted to help her, I just let her be. And of course, I knew where she lived, in a crappy first-floor apartment. I got there in 15 minutes, but she still wasn't there. I parked across the street, and I could see her parents playing mahjong at this ungodly hour with their television on. There were stacks of beer cans on the table, and the room was hazy with cigarette smoke. I sat there thinking of what my next steps should be while waiting for Danny. Suddenly, I received an email from one of my associates. It was a news article from the Daily Vegas. Jordan Maximo found dead in a club. Prime suspect, disgraced journalist Daniela Harrison, remains at large. Word traveled fast. It hadn't been long since Maximo had been murdered, but the city had already started offering a reward for whoever could give information on her whereabouts. It'd be hard for Danny to get out of Vegas without any help. Danny eventually came, looking so distressed. As soon as she got to their door, she blew up at her parents. I couldn't hear anything, but she was visibly upset. I saw her mother slam the table while her father grabbed her and sat her down on a chair. Her father was holding her down while her mother started tying her up. Damn. I got out of the car and rushed inside.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Alex. I could hear screaming as I got closer to Danny's apartment. If their neighbors heard, they surely wouldn't make a move to check what was happening. Not surprising, though, with the type of neighborhood they were in. You could be murdered on the curb outside and no one would even bat an eye. "You're gonna make us rich, Danny," I heard her mother say greedily. I was aware Danny didn't have the best relationship with her parents, but having seen how terrible they were with my own eyes, I pitied her. She deserved better. Imagining how long she might have endured their atrocities made my blood boil. And so, when I found my way in, I kicked the jerk, Danny's father, a little too hard. He fell to the floor with a loud thud, his head hitting the foot of the table. Danny's mother ran to her husband. It would appear that he passed out. "Mike!" she sobbed while she cradled his head. "What did you do to him, you bastard?" She spat at me as she continued tapping her husband to wake him up. "He'll be fine," I chuckled at her. There wasn't even blood on him. "Just pour some cold water on him and he'll walk it out," I added jokingly, to which she threw daggers at me. I ignored them and looked over at Danny, whose eyes were wide and mouth slightly ajar. She might have been too shocked. After all, she never would have thought that I'd be the Prince Charming who'd be saving her tonight. I gave her my signature devilish smile, knowing it was a good way to introduce myself to her again. Danny didn't move an inch, making her appear like the docile bunny I'd always wanted her to be. I couldn't avoid my eyes roaming over her body. Her long, smooth legs, flat stomach, and shapely breasts straining against the confines of her bloody white top drove me insane. If we weren't in such an unfavorable position right now, I wouldn't be able to help myself, and would certainly try to get my way with her. Even the tightness in my pants agreed. I tried looking her in the eyes, but she couldn't meet my gaze. "You..." I heard Mike groan behind me. I turned to him, and he was attempting to stand up, pathetically at that, if I might add. "Slow down, old man," I taunted him, which made him madder. I could see veins popping on his neck and temples. His wife was holding him up, but he was still struggling to get back on his feet. It was evident that he was still concussed from his fall earlier. "Are you Danny's accomplice, huh?" he hissed, his right hand pointing at me. I brayed with laughter. An image of Danny and I driving toward the sunset in a getaway car flashed in my mind. She'd make a good number 2, I reckoned. "Who's this piece of scum, Danny?" Her mother peered behind me. "Why'd you always have such crappy taste in men?" she added with disgust. Interesting. I didn't take Danny as someone who would fool around, but I guess I was wrong. However, I'd bet it was only her parents who saw it that way. "Are they for real, Daniela?" I turned to Danny and asked her incredulously. These people were working my last nerve. She was trying to remove the rope. I was about to help her when Mike shouted at me. "Don't you dare let that murderer escape! Do not mess with our payday!" What the hell? Before I knew it, my right fist met his jaw. I couldn't be certain, but a tooth might have flown out from his mouth. Blood was coming from his nose and mouth, but I couldn't care less. I was delirious with anger. "You are both terrible parents!" I yelled at them, unable to hold in how sorry I felt for Danny. "Don't you know who I am?" "Stop!" I heard Danny say, interrupting my outburst. I looked at her, and she was still trying to untangle herself from her restraints. "Help me, please," she pleaded softly. She still couldn't look me straight in the eye. "Don't you dare move!" I hissed at her parents before putting my pistol back and proceeding to help Danny. I knelt beside her and unknotted the rope around her. Our proximity allowed me to smell her sweet scent that sent a tingling sensation through my groin. I was still lost in my lustful trance when I caught Danny's mother talking on the phone. "Yes, she's still here. Please come immediately." "Damn it! The bitch called the cops!" I picked up my pace on undoing the knots, and when I finally got the ropes off her, I grabbed Danny by the arm and dragged her out of the house. "She's getting away!" her mother shouted just as we were heading out the door. Sirens echoed loudly on the empty streets. They were getting close. "Damn it," I muttered as I unlocked the doors to my Audi. "Get in, Daniela!" I commanded as soon as the reassuring beep of the car alarm disengaging sounded. "Hang on to your seat." I winked at her and shifted to 5th gear.
Chapter 9. Danny. He was driving so fast and I was disoriented. I couldn't even identify our whereabouts. This might be the fastest car I'd ever been, and I expected us to crash yet again in any second. It didn't take us long until we no longer heard the sirens. There was a heavy silence between us, and the only thing I could hear was the loud revving of the engine. I couldn't be mistaken. I was 100% positive that this was Alex Wales. But I was doubtful that he had any ties with Jordan Maximo. As far as I knew, they were rivals in the pursuit of owning the state of Nevada. I was grateful to know that my luck hadn't run out yet, but I began to speculate as to why the man beside me had come and gotten me out of trouble. I was completely confused about his involvement. The car slowed down as we approached a dark building and went through the parking garage. There were barely lights in the structure, and it was deserted at this time of the night. Even if I screamed loud enough, I was certain no one would hear me. Is he going to kill me here? We stopped at the empty top floor, and I spotted a black Lexus GX and 2 beefy guys in suits. I noticed one of them had a long scar right across his left brow down to his cheek. Even if I ran as fast as my tired feet could, I knew I wouldn't be able to outrun them. One of the guys in suits approached our car, when Alex rolled the window down and gestured for him to come closer. I strained to hear what they were saying, but I wasn't able to make out a single word. "Get out now," he ordered sternly. I wasn't even looking his way, yet I knew that he was talking to me, not knowing what would happen to me once I stepped out of the car. I refused to move. I planted myself more firmly on the passenger seat. "Come on, Daniela," he chuckled. "We need to transfer cars so the cops couldn't trace us." A shrill ringing startled me, which made him laugh harder. What an arrogant prick. "Why are you helping me?" I asked, unable to hold my tongue out anymore. He slowly turned to me as he switched his phone off, with that same smug half smile that I noticed he did a lot. Even back when I first met him in Lumina, he might have thought it looked good on him. Does nobody tell him it made him look constipated? "I heard about the stuff you are in. And what can I say?" He shrugged, the same grin still painted on his lips. "I have a penchant for saving damsels in distress." I stared at him in disbelief. He was so full of himself. But to my surprise and extreme discomfort, he kept his eyes on me. "Thanks," I mumbled as I averted my gaze, not to satisfy his ego, but so he would stop staring at me. Alex Wales was no stranger to me, or the rest of Las Vegas, no doubt, especially as someone who concerned herself with the dirty business in the city. While I hadn't looked deeply into him yet, I was sure I wouldn't find a pristine record if I did. With Jordan Maximo gone, I was certain Alex was now the owner of the most number of casinos in the Strip, if not the wealthiest. He didn't get to have that title with only his brains and money. After all, there was no business in Vegas that didn't toe the line between light and dark. We weren't known as Sin City for nothing. No one in this industry would be able to thrive with a weak stomach. I was convinced he had blood in his hands. Or at least, his people did. He was danger personified. And that was why I didn't want anything to do with him. I wasn't a naive girl, so I was well aware he fancied me. Our boss, Nikolai, including all the waitstaff, knew he was interested in me. But I chose to turn a blind eye because aside from the fact that his hubris sickened me to the core, I also didn't plan on playing with the devil himself. While he never failed to tease and ogle me on his frequent visits to Lumina, he had never made a move until now. If this was even a move. Nonetheless, I couldn't decide if I should be thankful or be scared. My thoughts were interrupted when I felt the car jolt. I realized he got out and swiftly opened the passenger door. For a second, I feared he was going to drag me out. "Give me your hands," he barked. I was taken by surprise. I found myself holding them out. He yanked my arms closer to him, and I yelped, more so in shock than pain. I could see a smirk forming at the corner of his lips. I rolled my eyes. Alex inserted a small key into the handcuffs, freeing me from my restraints. "You're welcome," he chided impishly as he threw the cuffs to one of the men in a suit with a scar. I rubbed my sore wrists. The feeling of freedom felt glorious, but the feeling was only fleeting. As I caught sight of Alex through the window on the driver's seat of the Lexus, I couldn't help but feel like I'd been freed out of confinement, only to come out and find another locked door. A cycle I wouldn't be able to break out of. This might be what hell felt like. "Daniela, get in. You wouldn't want the cops finding you again, do you?" I finally got up. The devil was beckoning.
Chapter 10. "Alex, can you take me to Symphony Park, please?" Danny whispered almost dismissively. We were around downtown Vegas, doing 100 on the Great Basin Highway on our way to Summerlin when she decided to speak again. It had been a good 15 minutes since we left the parking garage, yet she still looked petrified from the car chase from earlier. But I was sure we'd lost the cops now. If my almost pro racing skills didn't get us off the hook, which I doubt, my people made sure we were able to evade them. We were out of hot water. Well, at least for now. "What?" I prodded. "Like on a date?" I glanced at her with an eyebrow raised. I was pleased to find she was looking at me, but she quickly turned away, her cheeks red with embarrassment, and her nose scrunched up in disgust. She resembled a bunny, and at that instant the wolf in me felt compelled to play with her more. "What are you going to do there at this hour?" I teased. I couldn't tell what it was about Dani that made me crave to see her squirming and mortified. It was like how a predator liked to play with the prey before they go for the kill. She was now facing the window, hiding her face from me. She looked pretty uncomfortable. I chuckled to myself. "Are you meeting a secret lover at—" I scanned the clock on my dashboard. 5:37 in the morning, Daniela." She jerked her head to face me. "It's none of your goddamn business," she snarled at me. I could see she was taken aback at her thunderous response. I scowled, pretending to get hurt. Dani swiftly changed her tone, but I could still sense her displeasure. "I mean, I'm grateful that you've come and helped me, but it doesn't mean we'll be friends and trade secrets," she explained, as she absent-mindedly rubbed her wrists where the cuffs were earlier. For a second, my mind wandered to the things her hands could do. I grinned at her, which was met by another eye roll. Normally, such a habit was a pet peeve that I wouldn't let pass without reprimand. But with Dani, every reaction I got from her just made me satisfied in ways I couldn't put into words. "Oh, I thought you and I are starting to get along." I frowned at her. "That stings, Daniela," I sighed exaggeratedly. I continued, "I thought you'd like to stroll through the park and maybe get the chance to know each other. Perhaps I could show you my favorite building. You know, that industrial red brick building in the area." I snapped my fingers at her, as if trying to remember what the name of the building was. From the corner of my eyes, I could see her stiffen. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't taking pleasure in her discomfort. I just couldn't keep my amusement for this little rabbit. "Ah, yes! It was that news company!" I yelled excitedly. "Lifestyle? No. Lifetime News Company. Yes, that's it." I waved my right arm triumphantly in the air and beamed at her. However, Dani's once happy face had now turned scared. I fought the urge to laugh, but it was hard to do, especially as she visibly started to panic. In the end, I had to let my laughter out, which exploded into a loud guffaw. She looked sideways at me, obviously horrified and annoyed at the same time. "Oh, come on," I snickered, still not believing that she was smart enough to get herself a scholarship in UNR, but wasn't clever enough to figure out I had all the information on her. "Of course, I know you aren't really a waitress. I'm sure you know me, and it'd be unfair if I don't know anything about you. I know you spent the last 5 years slaving away at Lifetime, but you never got the credit you deserve because upper management is corrupt as hell," I stated matter-of-factly as I kept my eyes on the road. "And now they won't be able to help you," I added gruffly, which brought about an instant indignant response from Dani. "Stop talking like you know everything," she barked at me, her eyes sharp with anger. "I have a solid alibi and proof that will show everyone I'm innocent, and when I provide Lifetime with the evidence, they'd help me clear my name." "You don't know anything about integrity and honor," she added. She was fuming so bad I expected smoke to come out of her ears and nose. I considered loyalty as an integral value, and I admired Dani for being dedicated to her company, but I just felt bad for her. I shook my head and took my phone out. I quickly searched for the video and played it for her on the screen on my dashboard. "This is all over the news," I explained sympathetically. The video was of the crime scene in Lumina, with the blurred-out body of Maximo on the ground. I fast-forwarded the news report to where they showed the brick building with the logo of Lifetime on top. A reporter was speaking off-screen. Tried to reach Lifetime, and while they didn't wish to make any comments whether they believed Daniela Harrison was guilty of murdering Las Vegas mogul Jordan Maximo, they stated that they wouldn't condone the senseless violence that had transpired. They also reported that Harrison, who was working as an undercover reporter in Lumina at the time of the crime, was no longer affiliated with the Lifetime News Company, effective immediately. The Las Vegas Metro PD is still on the lookout. Dani might see me as an asshole, and I admit I could be at times, but I didn't lie. I switched my phone off, cutting the video short. I thought she heard enough.
Chapter 11. Danny. The shock and hurt might have been evident on my face because for a split second, there was a change in Alex's expression. His face softened and he looked concerned. But, just as quickly as it came, the next second it was gone. His face returned to its cold, unyielding look. It was so fast that I almost thought I imagined it. Suddenly, the weight of everything since Maximo died began to sink in. Tears started pooling at the edge of my eyes, and my legs felt weak. There was nothing more I wanted to do but lay down and cry. I glanced over at Alex. His face was still blank and stoic, betraying no emotions. I wondered what he was thinking. The poor, crazy girl who doesn't even know what she had gotten herself into. Of course, I knew. I didn't spend months working undercover in that club to not know anything about their world. I knew all too well of the underbelly of this city, the under-the-table trades. I wasn't stupid. Freaking unlucky, maybe, but not stupid. "Do you still want to go there?" Alex asked, no sign of concern in his voice. I shook my head. No. There was no point in going there now. The station had already washed their hands off me. I always knew how ruthless our industry was, but now that it happened to me firsthand, it was still different. I felt so betrayed, gutted. "Just drop me off?" I trailed, thinking for a second. Where would I go? I couldn't possibly get Sharon and James involved in all this. I knew they'd believe me and do anything they could to help, but I couldn't risk it. Maximo was a big fish, and whoever wanted him dead must have been just as big or even bigger, and more dangerous than he was. "Wherever," I finished, feeling defeated. Alex didn't answer and started typing on his phone, completely ignoring me. For a moment, I wondered if he even heard me, but then again, I didn't even care anymore. Maybe he'd realize in a few minutes that I was still here. I watched the bright lights of the city go by in a blur, and were suddenly replaced with desert and a few greeneries now and then. I liked being in the city. The lights and the noise were great distractions for me. Even during the day, the city refused to quiet down. Somehow they'd help me think. Over the horizon, I could see a little light coming through. It was funny how just yesterday, I started my day complaining about having to do another shift at the club. And now, not even 24 hours had passed, and here I was, sitting in a car beside Alex Wales, one of the notorious bachelors and casino owners in Las Vegas. I'd never been the luckiest person. I always had to work hard to get what I wanted. I knew the world didn't owe me anything, and I was okay with that. But this was just too much. All I was after was a good story, a scoop that would finally land me on the top of the food chain. I thought about all the years I spent with Lifetime News, all the work I did. I'd pretended to be a bartender, a hospital administrator, a janitress, and a waitress. I'd chased around so many witnesses, suspects, and victims just trying to get a statement. But of course, nothing would ever be as crazy as being accused of murder and running from the law. If I wasn't so exhausted, I would have started laughing. "Life is an adventure," I could almost hear Sharon say. She always had a smile on her face and was always cheering me on no matter what. That was one of the things I loved about her. Tears started to sting my eyes again, so I closed them for a moment, trying to maintain the little dignity I had. I wouldn't cry in front of Alex Wales. I kept my eyes shut. The darkness helped me pretend that everything that happened today was just a dream, a crazy, maddening dream. I felt the car stop, and I turned to face Alex. "Thank you for the ride," I said, my voice just slightly above a whisper. "And for earlier, back at the apartment with..." I trailed off. I didn't think I could bear to even say the word parents right now. My mind refused to think of what they had done. If I started processing it, I wouldn't be able to get myself together. Alex didn't answer. No sign of acknowledgement that he even heard what I said. He just wanted to get rid of you. Now leave and stop being such an inconvenience. I thanked him again and stepped out of the car. Where are we anyway? I was too caught up in my thoughts that I didn't even bother to pay attention to where we were going. As I stepped out of the car, I was greeted by a few men wearing black suits. For a moment, I feared they were with the FBI, and Alex had delivered me right to their doorstep. But then the men bowed, and finally I noticed the house behind them. No, the word house wasn't even the right term for it. It was a mansion, a manor. It was a fortress. 12-foot black double doors stood out in contrast to the dirty white walls that towered over us. 2 men opened the door, revealing an elegant foyer. There was a double staircase, and a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. I didn't notice Alex got out of the car until he stood by the doors, motioning to follow him. "Get in," he spoke, and the men surrounding me moved swiftly and guided me toward the door.
Chapter 12. Alex. "Get in," I said to Danny. I didn't know whether it was because of shock or curiosity, but Danny followed. I took a glance at her, and she was still following behind me. She was looking up at the chandelier, flanked by a dozen of my men. She had a look of genuine awe that I'd never seen in her before, since she was always so stubborn and tough when facing me. I guess I could understand her reaction. This was the first mansion I'd ever bought in this city, and I spent years and millions to fix it just the way I wanted it. The security alone for this place was causing me tens of millions a year. But in my line of work, security was something not to be cheap out on. Every piece of furniture here was handcrafted or imported from international artists. Only the best of the best. A little extravagance wouldn't hurt, right? We entered the living room, and I called one of the maids waiting at the corner. She rushed toward me, her eyes glued to the ground and both arms tucked behind her back. "Bring her to her room." I motioned toward Danny, and the girl nodded, now rushing to Danny. Danny was now busy admiring the paintings on the wall, and she had that look on her face again. She was in awe. Who would have thought that this girl had softness in her after all? Maybe getting her to behave wouldn't be as hard as I thought. I had Mrs. Hudson prepare Danny's room earlier since I knew she had nowhere else to go. She wouldn't dare get those silly friends of hers involved in all this, and I was certain she was smart enough not to go to a hotel, not that she could afford it right now. Her name and face were plastered on all news outlets, and almost everyone in the city knew she was wanted. "What? No!" I heard Danny shout, and I snapped my head around. Danny tried to get past my men. "I'm leaving!" My men didn't budge, and Danny turned her eyes on me. "You can't do this. Tell them to let me go," she demanded as she stomped toward me. As much as I enjoyed watching her lose her temper, I had a meeting I needed to attend. While this thing with Jordan Maximo was going on, I needed everyone to be extra vigilant. The death of a major player like Maximo would cause a big change. Plenty of businessmen, like myself, would want to take over whatever he had left behind. And that was approximately half of Nevada. Just thinking about it made me giddy. The business, the money, and the power. I turned my back on Danny and made my way to my office as she followed quickly. I heard her stomping before a few of my men blocked her way once again. It's only her first day here, I told myself. She needed to calm down and get used to her surroundings. She'd be staying here with me from now on, and that girl would learn to follow orders soon. One thing I always hated was people who didn't know how to listen or follow my orders. I thought I'd been patient enough with her, but now it was time for her to know her place. All my people knew that once I gave an order, they were not allowed to argue, contradict, or even hesitate to do what I said. I had trained my people well enough that with just a snap of my finger, they knew exactly what I wanted them to do. Danny would learn soon enough to do the same. I would make that girl submit to me. I could still hear her struggling to get free as I rounded the corner to my office. "Get Mrs. Hudson. Make sure that girl gets to her room," I said to one of the maids who was standing by the office door. "Yes, sir." She gave a curt nod and left. Mrs. Hudson had been taking care of the mansion for almost 10 years now. Aside from me, She was the only person who knew every nook and cranny of this place. I trusted her enough to leave the care of my home to her whenever I had to leave. She was a sweet lady who loved taking care of everything, but she was also known for running a tight ship. I was sure she and Danny would get along, or if not, at least she could get Danny to her room, even if she had to drag Danny there herself. My subordinate stood in front of my desk office, except for Sandro, who was sitting comfortably on the sofa. With the death of Maximo and Danny living here, we need to be extra careful. We discussed additional security details and precautions. Although I was confident that my mansion was a fortress and enemies couldn't get inside, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. I didn't get where I am today by being lax and laid back. After an hour or two, I was left in my office. I had a lot of business to take care of, but I had to put everything on the back burner for now. My priority should be dealing with the people who killed Maximo. I was lost in my thoughts when Mrs. Hudson came knocking. "We have your meal prepared," she announced with scrutinizing eyes. "Has the girl eaten?" I looked out the window. It was still bright out. "We brought her food." I didn't miss how she did not directly answer my question. I guess that girl was still being stubborn. I should fix that attitude of hers.
Chapter 13. Danny. The room was bigger than my apartment. It was 3 times bigger than my bedroom. But to be fair, my room was a shoebox. It had enough space for a single bed and a small closet. But still, holy hell. The wall was made of what seemed like black and gray marble, in contrast to the warm cream and white tones on the exterior of the house. One side of the room was a glass wall that led to a veranda. I ran toward it, but the sliding door was locked. I hadn't seen the whole house, but I could say Alex had an expensive taste. There was no other way to describe it. This room was elegant. I walked over to the massive bed, which was placed in the middle. I almost stumbled upon the rug under the bed, but I quickly grabbed the footboard, saving me from crashing to the floor. I could say the rug was made of the softest fur I'd ever touched. I wouldn't mind sleeping there. The headboard went up to the ceiling. I looked up to see a mirror just as huge as the bed. Why would there be a mirror above the bed? Then it dawned on me. The thought came crawling up my neck to my cheeks, making me shiver in desire. Thank God no one was here to see me panting like a dog in heat. As I avoided looking at the gigantic bed, my eyes drifted to the paintings on the wall. All antiques, I assumed. As much as I hated Alex Wales, the man had good taste. Suddenly remembering where I was, I went to the door. Locked. Of course, it wasn't like they decided to let me come and go freely after dragging me up here against my will. A little annoyed at me by being distracted by the room, I looked around to find an open window. Nothing. I banged on the door until I felt my fists getting raw. I could feel my hands getting hotter with every contact with the wood. I didn't need to see it to know how red they were. "Let me out," I screamed, even though I knew no one would listen to me. "You can't keep me here." I could feel my energy draining out of me. It had been a long day, and I didn't get a wink of sleep yet. It was hard to imagine the day I had. It felt like it had already been weeks since Maximo died, not just hours. My voice was getting softer and softer with every scream. No one was listening to it anyway. My legs gave out, and I found myself sitting on the floor. If I couldn't get out, then I don't want anyone getting in here. Suddenly, the door pushed open, and I tensed slightly, sitting straight. "Miss Harrison," a voice called out, and I relaxed, although slightly disappointed. "It's Danny." I stood and greeted the person behind the door. It was the maid from earlier. She was holding a tray in her hands and placed them on the desk by the door. Her hands were shaking, and she still would not look at me. I hated it, and somehow I feared it was because she was scared of me, like she saw the news and believed that I was a criminal. I stepped toward her, but she flinched and rushed back to the door. "Wait!" I called out, about to grab her, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to scare her even more. "Why are you keeping me here?" "You should eat, Miss Harrison," a voice behind the maid said, and we both turned to see a woman that appeared to be in her late 50s or early 60s, standing by the door. "Lydia, you may go," she told the maid that brought my food, and Lydia rushed out, not even glancing back at me. "It's Danny," I said, looking at the woman. She was dressed in an elegant black collared dress that went down below her knees. She didn't seem like a maid, but I doubt she was Alex's mother. "I'm Mrs. Hudson. I'm in charge of taking care of the mansion," she said like she could read my mind. She had a warm smile on her face that somehow reminded me of my favorite aunt. "I want to go." I looked at the door. Maybe I could push her out of my way, but I didn't want to do that. It seemed too harsh. "Let me go, please." "I'm afraid I can't do that, Danny." "I don't want to be here," I said, pleading. "Would you rather die?" Another voice from behind. Although I'd never admitted it, blood rushed to my head at the sound of his voice. Something in the pit of my stomach stirred, and I felt my heart beat faster than usual. Mrs. Hudson gently smiled at me before she left, and Alex stepped into the room.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 14. Alex. Danny blocked my way as I noticed the bed behind her. The king-size bed with white and gray satin sheets looked tempting. I wanted to drag Danny on that bed and take her right there and then, but I had to control myself. I didn't want to force her. I wasn't that evil. And with Danny, that would take a little bit more patience, although I didn't know how much more I had left in me. I wasn't exactly known as a patient man. "I don't want to be here," she repeated, but this time louder. She screamed again with that defiant look on her face that I had always enjoyed back in the club. Now that I had her in my territory, the idea of toying with her excited me. I looked around the room, liking what Mrs. Hudson had done. She was truly a great employee. She knew what I wanted, and she could get anything done with a snap of her finger. "This is the only way for you to survive," I said, and a chuckle escaped my lips as I noticed the mirrored ceiling just above the head. "Unless you want to die." Danny followed my line of vision, and she got embarrassed instantly, before sneaking another glance my way. "Naughty girl. Are we thinking the same thing?" She noticed me looking at her, and the color in her face deepened, like a big secret of hers was just revealed. "Let me out!" she screamed again. I felt my lips curve into a smirk. I can't wait to put that mirror to good use. "This is kidnapping!" Her voice was getting louder, but I could hear it shaking. She was still scared. "Good. This is for your sake," I answered as calmly as possible. Losing my temper would get me nowhere now that I was so close to getting what I want. Danny opened her mouth once again to argue, but before she could, I gestured toward the food brought in earlier. I know she hadn't eaten yet today, and running from the law had been exhausting for her. Suddenly, I was reminded once again of what her parents did to her. I already had one of my people take care of those people. I'd make sure that they'd suffer for what they did. How could any parent so readily throw their child under the bus? I shook my head. No need to worry about them now. You should eat. My chef is one of the best in the world, and surely you would love his food. Danny ignored me, and I saw her eyes dart to the door behind me. She rushed toward it, but I quickly grabbed her wrist, pulling her to me. I wrapped my arms around her as she struggled to get free. Her arms were trapped between us, and no matter how much she twisted and turned, they couldn't get free. She tried to step away from me, but she couldn't. Finally, she looked up at me, and I could see the fire in her eyes. Whether it was hatred toward me or something else, I didn't know. But I liked it. Her breathing was getting faster every second, and I could feel my breathing catching up to hers. I could feel my blood boil and heat filling my body. I loved having her body pressed against mine. I could feel her chest on me, her warmth seeping in through the fabric and into my skin. Her scent was all I could smell. I knew I was getting hard, and I doubt she couldn't feel it. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, undecided on what to say, but the motion only made me want to crush my lips on hers. I was used to getting everything I wanted, so holding myself back now was quite a challenge, especially since I could just take her right now. There was no one here to stop me. You seem to have forgotten your situation right now, I told her, my voice so low it was barely a whisper. Danny took a deep breath, her chest moving up and down. She stammered. You are a criminal. The authorities, and most importantly, the killers, are after you. I leaned down, keeping my mouth close to her ears, making sure she felt my breath on her skin. You killed Jordan Maximo, and I'm sure you know that he is a very powerful man. I tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and I felt her shiver, giving me a thrill.
Chapter 15. Danny. Alex's arms were still tightly wrapped around my body. It started to feel a little uncomfortable, but that was the least of my worries right now. Everything about this situation is wrong. I mustn't give in, I reminded myself. My sanity and dignity were all I had left. I closed my eyes for a moment and tried to center myself. Do I need to remind you that I didn't ask for any of this? I hissed at him. I didn't beg you to save me, so could you please tone down your messiah complex? Alex's manic laughter rang throughout the room. But my dear Danny, don't you remember that you're a dead woman once I let you out? He asked mockingly. One step out of my door, a bullet will go either through your head or your heart. He looked into my eyes. Also, do you want the real culprit to get away with the murder of Maximo? The entire country thinks that you're the killer. Do you want that to be the legacy that you'll leave behind? He added. I had to admit that he made very valid arguments, but those still didn't convince me that this was the best solution. Maybe there was another way. I could still feel his firm and strong arms wrapped around me. I wasn't sure if this was his means of showing me that I was safe, but I felt the opposite. The logical part of my mind kept on screaming that Alex was even more dangerous than the vultures who were waiting for me. How can I be sure that my life was safe in his hands? Maybe once he got what he wanted from me, he'd just get rid of me too. Am I choosing the lesser evil? Men like Alex didn't do charity. They wouldn't do anything or even try to get involved with something unless there was something in it for them, usually something very lucrative. He hadn't named his price yet, but he said I needed to follow his orders and submit to him. There weren't any specifics, but at the back of my mind, I kind of knew what he wanted. Because of that, I was terrified. He was like a cunning python who was patiently waiting in the shadows for his prey to lower its defenses and grow weak. Then once the victim couldn't do anything and was trapped, he'd strike. He would eat me alive and swallow me whole without spitting my bones. There wouldn't be a trace left of me after all this was over. I dared to stare into his eyes, But it was a huge mistake. His eyes were one of the bluest I'd ever seen, like the ocean. And I felt as though I was drowning in them. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he was hypnotizing me. From the first time I'd met him, I'd been fighting the feelings that I had for him. I wasn't sure why they were even there. I couldn't explain it. Physically, I thought no one could resist being attracted to him. He was a sinfully gorgeous man. Just looking at him made me imagine things that weren't appropriate. Now that I'd felt his arms and body around me, it gave me a different kind of sensation. I inhaled deeply and his scent made me heady. I grew weak inside, and it felt as though I wanted to melt into his arms and let him do whatever he wanted to my body. An indescribable feeling began to grow deep inside of me. Fear and lust made a lethal combination. I was doomed. Alex noticed the change in my demeanor. He smiled, and I knew trouble was coming. He placed his mouth near my ear and whispered, "Come on, Danny. You know you want this too," he said. I felt his warm breath and the vibration of his voice from my ears down to my groin. "It's a win-win situation for the both of us," he added. "Don't worry, I'll make sure that you won't regret making a deal with me." Without warning, a sound escaped from me. My body was subconsciously reacting to his call, and before I knew it, I whimpered. I felt his grip start to loosen. He knew that he'd already won half of the battle, and with a little more prodding, he'd be able to get the answer that he wanted. Very slowly, he moved his hands up and down my back. With every move he made, I could feel the electricity on my skin. I shivered in response to what he did. "I still don't trust you," I protested weakly. My mind was saying one thing, but my body had a different agenda on its own. Little by little, Alex removed his hold on me. He slowly guided me until I sat on the edge of the bed. I was frightened of what he was going to do next, so I closed my eyes and waited. I could feel him as he came near me. His face was merely inches away from mine, and I heard and felt his every exhale. He held my chin and pulled it toward him. I desired for him to press his lips against mine, but I was jolted back to reality when he spoke. "I could help you, Danny," he murmured, "but everything comes with a price. Now the question is, are you willing to pay?" Chapter 16. Danny. I couldn't think straight while Alex hovered near me. He was still staring at me as he waited for my answer, but he couldn't force me to give one right now. There were so many things to consider. I'd need time, lots of it. To be honest, I found his offer tempting, but I wouldn't let him know that, at least not yet. I needed to have some kind of bargaining chip. In one quick move, I stood up from the bed and created a distance between us. He looked a little bit surprised by what I did, but he didn't say anything. I walked toward the glass wall and looked outside. I knew he was watching my every move, so I remained silent as I tried to compose myself. No one wanted to live the life of a fugitive. Even though I could somehow escape the authorities, I wasn't quite sure if I could outrun the organization that was hunting me down right now. I couldn't do that on my own. Whether we admit it, our justice system was a little bit screwed up, and I got a slim chance of proving my innocence. But wasn't the thing that Alex was offering me also similar to a prisoner? I was going to stay here under his protection in exchange for my freedom. I wouldn't be able to do anything without his permission. Although I hoped that in the end, the outcome would also be favorable to me. That one day, I'd have my life back. Alex walked toward me and made me face him. I could feel his eyes boring into my soul. He placed his hands on both of my shoulders. "Have you reached a decision, HM?" he inquired. I abruptly shrugged off his hands and pushed him away with all my might, but I struggled for a bit. In the end, I took a deep breath before I replied. "Get out. I need to think alone," I said nonchalantly. "And I'm going to eat first before I analyze everything. I'll give you my answer when I'm ready." Alex looked surprised. It wasn't the answer he expected. He raised his eyebrows, and I knew he wanted to retaliate to what I said, but he just took a deep breath. I could sense hesitation from him, but he carefully chose his words. He crossed his arms across his chest and leaned against the wall, and then he whispered menacingly, "This will be the last time you're going to tell me what to do, and will be the last time I'll listen to you." I furrowed my brows since I didn't quite get what he was trying to say. Alex smiled knowingly, and it frightened me even more. He reached out to touch me, but changed his mind at the last minute and kept his hand to his side. "Once you agree to my conditions, you're going to submit to me. I'll make sure of that." Suddenly, my body went cold, and I wasn't able to say anything. "You're going to submit to me, Danny," he repeated, emphasizing each word. He moved closer again, and there wasn't anything else I could do. He put his hands upon the wall behind me, trapping me. Alex stared at me as he licked his lips. "You'll worship me like a god. You'll listen to every word I'll say. You'll follow me like a law. And there's nothing else you'd like to do but to please me." Each of his words brought shivers down my spine. Satisfied with my reaction, he removed his hands and turned around. He moved to the door, but before he opened it, he looked back at me. "Let me know once you've made up your mind," he added. "I'm giving you until the end of the day to decide." He winked at me, then opened the door and left the room. What the hell just happened? I could still feel my body shake as I watched Alex leave the room. His words echoed in my head over and over again. What does he mean by those things? Is he threatening me? But I knew those weren't just empty promises. I felt that he could truly do those things. I sank to the floor. I felt all of my energy being sapped out of me. I was appalled by what Alex said. I knew he's got a cold heart, but these were just too much. Tears started to flow from my eyes as I dropped my head to my knees. It felt as though I had the worst luck in the world. I was just at the wrong place and time, but now I was entangled in this big mess that I didn't even want to be in. I stared at the food on the table. I was feeling hungry earlier, but now I lost my appetite.
Chapter 17. Alex. As I looked through Danny's eyes, I knew she'd agree to my proposed solution. Maybe not now, but soon. I could feel it. The way she ordered me to get out of the room surprised me for a bit. No one had answered back at me like that before. It took me a few seconds to recover. Too bad she wasn't under our agreement yet, else I would have enjoyed punishing her for her defiance. As calm as I could be, I reminded her who I was and what I could do. I was quite amused at the range of emotions that crossed through Danny's face. Though she tried very hard to conceal it, her body and her facial expressions betrayed her. I sensed the apprehension, fear, confusion, and yes, even lust from her. With a few more prodding, she'd given in. For now, I'd give her what she asked for. She should relish these few slivers of freedom that I allowed her. If she thought that I'd go easy on her, then she was wrong. She'd see a side of me she wouldn't want to cross. "I'll expect your answer within the day," I told her. "But if you decide on it earlier, then it's much better. I'll leave you here by yourself for a while so that you can sort out your thoughts." I was already out of the door when I remembered to add something. "Before I forget, you're not going to leave this room until you've made up your mind. If you want to talk to me, inform one of the servants so that they can let me know." I left the room and instructed 2 of my men to ensure that Danny wouldn't go out of the room, and in case any mishaps would occur, they must report to me immediately. I'd also assigned 1 servant to be at her call to take care of all of her needs. I went back to my room and sat down on one of the recliners. My body had been aching from all the stress and tension. I decided that it was time for me to take a breather. A warm shower sounded really good right now. I removed my shoes and stripped off all of my clothing. I turned on the shower and let the water flow for a few seconds until it reached my desired temperature. Once I was satisfied, I positioned myself under the stream of hot water, and it instantly relaxed my sore muscles. Suddenly, my thoughts drifted to Dani. I imagined her beautiful face looking up at me, asking me to save her. I'd easily do that, but of course, everything came with a price. Nothing was for free in this world. For me, I knew exactly what I wanted. From the first time I laid my eyes on Dani, I instantly coveted her. There was no doubt that she was beautiful, and she got the body of the ramp model. But besides the physical appearance, there was a certain spunk in her that drew me in. It wouldn't take too long. I'd hold her in the palm of my hands. All of these musings made my body react. My member hardened at the thought of finally owning Dani. I wrapped my hand around it and started pleasuring myself. Soon enough, Dani would do this to me. Sated and relaxed, I finished my shower and put on casual clothes. The servants usually brought my food to my bedroom, but I told them I preferred to eat in the dining room for today. As soon as I stepped inside the dining room, everything was ready. There was also juice, coffee, tea, and water available. The day's newspaper was also there. I wasn't able to eat breakfast earlier, so I guess this meal would be considered brunch. I got myself some sausage, ham, eggs, bread, and salad. I poured some coffee into my cup and added 2 lumps of sugar. While I ate, I skimmed the newspaper. There was a news article about the death of Maximo and how the authorities searched for the perpetrator. They didn't mention the suspect's name, but it appeared they were quite sure they were going after the right person. I drank the coffee and felt the effect of the caffeine coursing through my veins. I didn't sleep last night because there was a lot to do, but that wasn't a big deal. I'm used to not having a wink of sleep for several days, and it wouldn't affect me at all. But I couldn't say the same for the servants and the security personnel. They looked like they needed a little bit of sleep as they seemed weak, which was understandable. If I wasn't asleep, then no one else would be sleeping. I would need them any time. My word was law, and everyone obeyed it. That was one of the most important things that Dani should learn about. She needed to be a little more obedient and follow whatever it was that I told her to do. On the other hand, I also liked it when she challenged my authority and showed some kind of disobedience. This would allow me to provide her with the punishment she deserved, something that I'd enjoy doing. A smile played on my lips as I thought of the countless possibilities.
Chapter 18. Dani. I'd been pacing back and forth inside the room. Alex's last statement shook me to the core. To say that I was terrified about what would happen to me in the next few days was an understatement. It felt like I'd be living my life day to day, hoping I'd survive. Maybe getting fresh air would do me some good. I opened the door, and luckily, it wasn't locked. But my smile immediately faltered as I spotted 2 men waiting by the door. They both looked at me. "Do you need anything, miss? We can call one of the servants for you," one of them offered. They were waiting for an answer, but I just shook my head. No, I changed my mind," I replied. "I'll let you know should I need any assistance." They simply nodded their heads. I went back inside the room, closed the door behind me, and leaned on it. How can I forget that Alex asked his men to look after me and make sure that I can't leave? I scoffed. As if I could escape? Even if I'd managed to leave this damned room, I was pretty sure I'd be stopped by one of Alex's men. I took several deep breaths to calm myself. I hadn't agreed to anything, but I already felt like a prisoner. My stomach was already growling. I hadn't had a proper meal since the day of the murder. Once again, I peeked at the food that had been prepared for me. I picked up the fork and pierced a piece of sausage from the plate. Slowly, I put it in my mouth and tried to bite it. I chewed a bit, then swallowed. It tasted good, but I didn't have the appetite to eat even just a piece of bread. Maybe I'd just have some tea in the meantime. This already happened to me several times. Whenever I was under pressure, or there was something important that I needed to decide on, I couldn't eat. And that was one of the reasons why I had to make up my mind right away, even before Alex told me that time was up. I sat down on the edge of the bed to think about the things that he had offered me. Frankly speaking, it seemed like I didn't have much of a choice. What he wanted to offer me was exactly what I needed, but it felt as though I was trapped in a quagmire. The more I tried to pull myself out of the situation I was in, the deeper I sank. No one could hear my plea for help except for Alex. He extended his hands to me, and now all I'd got to do is grab it. I dropped my head to my knees. My head hurt from so much thinking, and I hadn't rested either. I wanted to cry from all the pain, fear, and frustration, but no tears came out. My eyes were already dry. That was it. I made up my mind. I'd talk to him. I grabbed a couple of tissue papers from the box and wiped my face. I stared at myself in front of the vanity mirror, and I cringed at the person who looked back. I opened the drawer and rummaged for a comb. I ran the comb through my hair and secured it back in a ponytail. I stepped outside the bedroom, but this time I approached one of the men. "Excuse me, do you know where I can find Alex?" I asked. "Of course. He's eating in the dining room," one of them said. "This way." I nodded and followed him. Alex didn't even look up when I entered the room. He was reading a newspaper and simply addressed the guy who assisted me. "Thank you. You may leave now," he announced. In an instant, the man who assisted me disappeared. I walked toward the table, and that was when Alex looked up at me, waiting for me to say something. "Alex, I've made my decision and I'm taking up your offer," I said. "Good. Do you want a written contract? I could have that prepared." "No, I don't think that's necessary," I replied. "But there are some things that I'd like to tell you." He put down his fork and raised his eyebrows at me. "Well, I just don't think you can force me to do anything that I don't want to do. That's crap," I argued. Alex took a sip from his glass and put it down. Then he pointedly looked at me. "I'm sorry, but you aren't in any position to bargain with me. You don't have the power to negotiate. Whatever I say, that's it. That's the law." He beckoned me with his hand to move nearer to the table. Even though I didn't want to, it was like some magnet was pulling me to him. "See, you can do it," he teased. I fought the urge to roll my eyes. "Daniela, from now on, you'll be doing all the things that I tell you to. Then, in exchange for your obedience, I promise I will do everything in my power so that your name will be cleared and you'll get back to your normal life," he mentioned. I almost stormed out of the room, but I knew this was the only chance I had. I took in several deep breaths. In between gritted teeth, I agreed reluctantly. All of a sudden, a smile crept on his face. It made my heart beat faster. Then I heard the sound of a clang. With a huge grin, he crossed his arms across his chest. "Goodness, I dropped the spoon," he said. "Crawl under the table and pick it up for me."
Chapter 19. Alex. When one of my men came inside the dining room, I knew Danny was right behind him. She finally had decided, I'd say I was surprised and relieved at the same time. The sooner we agree on the deal, the earlier we could get to work. One look at her, and I could say that she was already mine. Danny tried to negotiate the terms and conditions, but I was firm. She neither had the privilege nor the power to make any requests. I stopped eating, and Danny just stood there, waiting. All of a sudden, a wicked idea popped into my head. I made sure no one else was around before I enacted my scheme. Though most of my employees already knew how I run things around here, Danny might get a little uncomfortable. Slowly, I took the spoon and purposely dropped it to the ground. It created a loud clatter, startling Danny, who looked at me with furrowed brows as if she was trying to figure out what happened. "Crawl under the table and pick it up for me," I commanded. Danny stared at me in a dumbfounded manner. "Did you hear what I said?" I asked. "Excuse me?" she clarified. I felt the defiance in the tone of her voice. "This is going to be fun." I said I dropped my spoon to the ground. "You've got to crawl under this table and get it for me. Think of this as training for you," I explained. Her eyes widened as she realized I was serious. I smirked as I watched a million emotions cross her face. I motioned for her to start crawling, but she stayed still on her spot. "What are you waiting for?" I asked once more, my tone cold and harsh. I stretched my leg open and leaned back on the chair. The dining table was not that long, and the spoon was just near my right foot. Dani started to move timidly. A look of resignation crossed on her face, realizing there was no way she'd be able to avoid this, so might as well get it over with. She dropped down on her hands and knees, and I could see her cleavage through the neckline. This will be quite a show. My breath became ragged as Dani started crawling, and inch by inch she disappeared under the table. I closed my eyes for a while as I counted slowly. Suddenly I became aware of a presence near me. Slowly I looked down. Damn. A hand shakily rose as it held the silver spoon between its fingers. I wanted to see her face as she'd done this, so I grabbed her wrist and tried to pull her up. Unfortunately, she jolted, and the spoon dropped back to the ground. She gasped audibly, and I chuckled for a bit. "Tisk, tisk, tisk." I shook my head in mock disappointment. "What am I going to do with you, love?" I scolded her. "You dropped the spoon again." I took a peek under the table and saw Dani was about to cry. She looked up at me under her lashes, and I stared back at her soulful eyes. Excitement coursed through my blood. I seized her other wrist and pulled her up to me so that she was almost on top of me. "Suck me, Dani," I growled. "That's an order." She gulped and staggered. I just stared at her, waiting for her response. As soon as she came to her senses, she snapped back at me. "No, Alex," she shouted. "You're taking this thing way too far. I'm not going to do that." I smiled wickedly at her. She didn't have the slightest idea of what she had gotten herself into. It was time I showed her who was truly the boss around here. She looked away, as if that was going to get her somewhere. I lifted her chin, and little by little I slid open my zipper. Dani realized what I was doing, and she tried to pull away, but my grip on her face is much too strong. I was hard and ready for action. Everything about the situation was fanning my lust, and my arousal was overflowing. Dani would satisfy my hunger. I moved her closer, and I could see tears starting to form in her eyes. Dani's eyes were wide with horror. I brushed it against both of her cheeks, and then across her mouth. I repeated this a few more times. I moved my other hand from her chin and swept the hair off her face. I wanted to see her fully as she does this. Then I put my hand to her nape and dragged her closer. "It's an order, Dani," I growled. "Show me that you're worth all the trouble that I went through, and everything else that I'll do for you in the coming days. Make it worth my while." Chapter 20. "Alex." Dani tried to escape from my grasp, but I kept holding her in place. She looked at me, then to my crotch, then back at me. And then she closed her eyes, maybe hoping this was just a bad dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she gulped a few times as she saw I was still inches away from her face. Her eyes were full of fear as tears streamed down her face. She tried to stop and conceal them, but small sobs eventually escaped her throat. The sight of her sobbing made me let go of her. I drew a deep breath. I'm such an ass. She didn't deserve any of these things. I mean, I already knew that I didn't have the best of morals, but it was needed in the business I was in. You couldn't be soft, even for a moment, or else everyone would eat you alive. It had made me a man of steel and blood. Emotion, whatever it was, I shouldn't be feeling any of that. It had just hindered me from the goal that I wanted to achieve. No tears, and especially no woman would ever change that. Nothing could soften my calloused heart. I was way beyond redemption for that, and I accepted that. Besides, I didn't need anyone since money could always satiate my needs. Remember the reason why you're helping her. I repeated that to myself over and over again. It wasn't like I was helping her out of the goodness of my heart. This wasn't charity. My physical attraction toward her was the reason why I decided to take her with me. But more than that, I was also doing this for myself. I just found out that the organization behind Maximo's murder and Danny's frame-up was a group that I was overly familiar with. I tightly closed my eyes as I reminisced. This organization was one of the dirtiest I knew. They were involved in human trafficking, kidnapping children and young ladies. They were brutal, immoral, and heartless. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Since my mother died, everything went to hell. And since then, my father didn't care anymore. I was forced to take care of myself and depended on no one. I became familiar with the dealings in the street, and I committed my fair share of petty crimes. It was when the organization noticed me. Someone from them approached me and asked if I wanted a better life. Of course, I agreed immediately. Who wouldn't want a better life, right? The leaders of the organization saw my potential. They said I was cunning and my skills were good, so they immediately invested in me and trained me to be a part of the organization. They trained me to be a killer. I worked for them for a while and paid off my debts. They were beyond satisfied with the results of my operations, so they eventually promoted me to be one of their top assassins. The money was more than I could ask for. But as days passed by, I could no longer tolerate the things they were doing. I made a plan for myself. Little by little, I saved all the money I got and made sure that I had enough to sustain myself for a while. I also established contact with other powerful people that I knew could help me. When I thought I was ready, I did the impossible. I escaped the organization, taking a huge slump of their money. They pursued me for a while, but they eventually lost interest. Or so I thought. I ended up in Las Vegas, where I made deals with several powerful gangs to survive. I learned the tricks of the trade, played cards, and scammed a lot of people. A few years later, fortunately, I was able to save enough money, and with the right investors who trusted me, I built my first casino. Now I knew how everything operated from the inside, making my business grow into an empire. I never trusted anyone and kept everyone at an arm's length. As with all my dealings, I made sure that I always had the upper hand so I could hold everyone by the neck. They'd never entertain the thought of double-crossing me because they knew I could eliminate them in a blink of an eye. Now I own everything. I had more than enough money to spend on even the most frivolous of things. I made a vow to destroy that organization. And that time is now. I suddenly pulled back to reality, and it took me a few seconds to realize what was going on. When I came to my senses, I felt Danny's mouth enclosing me. Her head was slowly moving back and forth. Damn, it was even better than I imagined it would be.
Chapter 21. Danny. What had you gotten yourself into, Danny? My boss had always told me that I had the knack for finding trouble, and it would be beneficial to me as a reporter. I guess he was right, yet I bit off more than I could chew. Now it seemed trouble itself had found me. I could no longer keep track of time with all the things life threw at me. I became a suspect of murder. I became involved in a car accident, and now I was kneeling in front of this guy. Maybe my guardian angel hadn't been watching me lately. I didn't have much of a choice. It was either I'd abide by his terms and conditions or simply defy him. In the latter case, I'd get myself thrown in jail. I wasn't sure what was worse anymore. I closed my eyes, feeling ashamed of myself. Remember that he saved you. And this is the payment he demanded. You're just doing this in return. What are you waiting for? Alex grunted sharply. Suck me as you mean it. My heart seemed to explode, but I had to keep calm. This was my only hope. And as dirty as the thought made me feel, maybe then he'd be satisfied and consider my debt paid. So be it. The sooner, the better. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. I almost jumped in surprise at the sound of a dish smashing onto the floor. And before I could even move, Alex pushed me into the dining table. With a vile look on his face, he licked his lips and declared, "You're my dessert, Daniela."
Chapter 22. Alex. I can't get enough of her. I'd been with a countless number of women before, but there was just something about Dani that was driving me crazy. I'd waited long enough for her, and now she was finally here, ready to be claimed. Watching Dani swallow my seed was as glorious as I'd always imagined it, but it wasn't enough to satisfy my hankering for her. I stared at her. She was wearing a white, sheer V-neck shirt which hugged her body perfectly. The short black skirt flowed on her legs as she lay helpless on the dark oak dining table. Dani propped herself up with her elbows as I held both of her ankles and spread her legs apart. "Alex," she stuttered, her voice low. Dani tightly closed her eyes as I positioned myself in between her long, smooth legs. Her lips quivered and her mouth opened.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 23. Dani, my tears had gone dry. I felt humiliated. By the time I felt his hard groin against me, I knew I was doomed. What am I doing? I was allowing him to screw me, and my body wanted this. I wanted to cry for help, but all I could do was muffle a small moan. I knew I needed to get up and run, but my body ached with desire. Instead of pushing him away, I even wrapped my arms around his neck for support. "Really, Daniela?" I felt Alex tense from my touch, as if I provoked him even more. I was certain he was thinking about how easy I was. I was trembling from his touch a while back, and now, but what else could I do in this situation, right? I closed my eyes, even just for a while, even just for one night. I'd surrender and forget about everything. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. I stay stilled, lying on top of the dining table, riding my waves of ecstasy and shame. What have you done, Dani?
Chapter 24. Alex. I collapsed onto the chair, trying to catch my breath. My eyes tried to fixate on Danny as the sudden spinning feeling washed over me. Damn, that was glorious. I could see the unsteady rhythm of her chest heaving up and down as she breathed. She just looked so beautiful. With my head buried in the crook of her neck and shoulder while I screwed the living hell out of her, made all the troubles I went through, and would still have to get through. Worth it. I was certain she was close, and that was exactly what I'd wanted all along. Knowing how stubborn she was, I'd already anticipated her resistance. But what she didn't know was how good I was with my hands and fingers, but, of course, not as talented as I was. To my utmost delight, I found out what a good girl she was, exploding like that on command. I just knew she wasn't the headstrong girl she had always pretended to be. I was confident I just had to push the right buttons to tame her. And I was right. Remembering her whimpers made me as hard as a rock again. Before I knew it, I was stroking myself as I moved closer to Danny. I leaned over and kissed her on the side of her neck. "Daniela," I moaned as I placed kisses on her neck, shoulder, and upper chest. She half opened her eyes, staring at me, but her gaze was still weak. Damn, I'd never wanted to devour a woman so badly like this. I grabbed her left hand as I sucked on her chest. Daniela moaned, whimpering in my touch. She grabbed my hair while I continued attacking her bosom. I was guiding her hand down to my crotch when my phone suddenly rang loudly. "Damn!" I blurted as I half-heartedly let go of Danny. It was Sandra, one of my associates, calling. I lost track of time, but damn it, I needed to leave even if my body still ached for Danny. Besides, where would she go? She'd still be here once I got home to do whatever I pleased. I better not rush myself so I could savor every last bit of her. "I'll be out in 5, I answered. I swiftly put my phone down in my pocket and started fixing myself. I caught Danny trying her best to cover herself and pat down her unruly hair. A smirk formed on my lips as I remembered how I ripped her underwear. I couldn't get enough of her. Danny gasped and immediately shifted her gaze as she noticed my gaze on her. "I see. Being shy, wasn't she?" Danny gingerly slid down the table and took a seat on one of the dining chairs to my left. She kept her head down in silence, although I could almost hear the 1,000 unsaid thoughts in her mind. For a brief second, I felt terrible for what I did to Danny. But I pushed that feeling down. I shouldn't entertain such emotion, since along with all of those emotions came vulnerability. I wouldn't let her find a way in. It was nothing more than just a physical attraction and a business deal. I was sure Danny would have had to endure a much more bitter fate at the hands of Maximo's people, or someone worse. I was simply doing her a favor, and at the same time, having a little fun. My phone rang again, but I instantly turned it off. These people just couldn't wait, could they? I stood in front of Danny for a moment, the silence between us filled with ridiculous tension. I wanted to talk to Danny, but nothing came to mind, and I couldn't find the courage or the words. Perhaps the best thing to do was to leave her and give her time alone. She'll come around soon enough. I turned around to leave, headed straight out to the hallway, and abruptly opened the French doors of the dining room. However, the urge to play with my prey hit me again. I sauntered back to the dining room and peeked inside. "Hey, Daniela," I called from the door, digging my hands in the pockets of my pants. I startled her, however, she was quick to compose herself. "Don't let anyone see you looking like that," I said with a playful tone. "I don't like other people checking out what I own." Before Danny had time to even react, I walked away. But how Danny's cheeks were suddenly hot, like she was caught doing something she wasn't supposed to be doing, couldn't get past me. I couldn't help the corners of my mouth from twitching up into a smirk.
Chapter 25. Danny, I felt so tired, like all of my energy had been drained out of me. Alex walked out of the dining room and left me, as if I were a toy that, once he'd finished playing, would be laid aside and disregarded. I kept my head down. The sound of Alex's footsteps gradually faded away. After he completely disappeared into the hall, tears slid down my cheek. and a sob escaped my mouth. How did my life end up like this? I felt my life became more miserable. My parents weren't the kind of people that should have had children, since their only goal in life was to play mahjong and gamble their money. Yet I'd accepted that. But now this. Am I at the lowest point of my life? I was shivering, not only from the cold, but also from the embarrassment. I wrapped my arms around me as tears kept on falling from my eyes. How am I supposed to get back without catching any attention from the people here in the mansion, considering how torn my clothes are? I was about to stand up and decided to get out of here before someone else entered and saw me in this state. But I was startled when someone from behind me draped me with a robe. I snapped my head around to see who it was and saw it was Lydia. She didn't meet my eyes like what she did at our first encounter, as though she'd rehearsed the actions 100 times before. Lydia then handed over a neatly folded black nightdress. I took the clothes from her and started to wear them. Surprisingly, these clothes fit me well. Why does she keep avoiding my eyes? Do I look that horrible? I turned in her direction to express my gratitude toward her for giving me the clothes. "Thank you so much for giving me these," I said, but was cut off when the young lady immediately stood up and hurriedly went out of the room without looking back at me. Then the scenario from before flashed back to me like daggers, and I shivered to the thought. My heart thumped hard against my ribs as I watched her until she was out of my line of sight. No wonder she left. She probably didn't want to be associated with someone so embarrassing like me. I felt ashamed, so I hurriedly ran back to the bedroom, back to my temporary haven. I immediately closed the door and locked it. My heart was beating so fast from running and from embarrassment. My legs finally gave in, and I slumped against the door before sliding down to the cold marble floor. My mind kept on wandering back to that moment. The moment I allowed Alex to touch me, I felt conflicted. I was so ashamed of my body for betraying me and went its way to desire for more. Did I like it subconsciously? No. Never would I succumb to such lowly desire. I pursed my lips, fighting the urge not to stream more tears. Heaving a deep breath, I stood up, walked into the bathroom, and decided to clean myself up. I turned the shower on and let the warm water prickle my skin. I was hoping that it would wash away what I'd been feeling. Alex might be thinking he owned me just because he helped me. I know I agreed to this, and it was stupid of me to assume that this was a good idea. But what options do I have other than this? I couldn't think of anything right now that would help me clear my name, so this was probably the only best option I had. Though I don't think it's the best, I thought to myself. But I wouldn't let him get his way just because I owe him my life. Well, Danny, you just did. The rushing flow of water helped me calm my mind a bit, and to have at least a few seconds of peace in my heart. Once I was done showering, I went to the cabinet to pick another nightwear. It seemed Alex planned it all already, seeing all the folded and hanging clothes available here for me to use. But the good thing about this was his servants might have been the ones who chose the clothes to put here as they are decent and normal for me to wear. God knew what he would put here if he'd have the time to do so. After deciding what to wear and dressing up, I climbed to the soft, comfy bed. That jerk is just incredibly rich. I pulled the blanket over me, closed my eyes, and just cried myself to sleep. Maybe this was all just a bad dream, and one day I'd wake up. But then I'd never felt the pain so real that I knew I wasn't in a dream. I felt like all I'd been trying to bear was exploding out of my chest.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 26. Danny. Knock, knock. An audible knock from the door woke me up. I glanced at the window and saw a purple velvet curtain draped over it. I didn't notice it before. I wondered what time it was already, but I felt incredibly tired. My eyes were still sore from the nonstop crying last night. It somehow drained all the energy I had left in me. Groaning, I glanced at the digital clock on the bedside table. It was already afternoon. My attention diverted toward the door, waiting for the person who just knocked to speak. I just hope it wasn't Alex. "Miss Danny?" a woman's voice asked. I heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was Mrs. Hudson. "Are you awake now?" she asked softly. "It's past lunchtime. You must eat now." She might have been going back and forth since morning. Why bother anyway? It seemed I had lost a bit of my appetite since I got here. Mrs. Hudson knocked on the door, louder this time. It was as if she knew that I was already broad awake. "Miss Danny?" she called out again. It annoyed me a little bit because I didn't want to be forced to eat. "I'm not hungry," I answered and buried my face on the pillows. Of course, it was a lie. But I'd rather die of hunger than live longer like this. I had nothing to lose anymore. I didn't want to wallow in self-pity, but I felt ashamed of myself. Both of my parents didn't care whether I lived or not. They even sold me out to the police in exchange for money. The door slowly creaked open, followed by the soft sound of footsteps. "Sorry for entering, but you have to eat," Mrs. Hudson said gently. With my face still buried on the pillow, I shook my head like a child having a tantrum. "Please, just go. I refuse to eat." The words slurred. "Alex wouldn't be happy to know that you were skipping meals," she warned me. Why would I care for his happiness? Screw him. "Just go away, please," I pressed in a serious tone. After a few minutes of silence, I heard Mrs. Hudson sigh. I felt a sudden wave of relief wash over me when she didn't push me any further and heard the door close. And as if on a cue, my stomach grumbled. Darn it. Now I couldn't even control my stomach, like how I couldn't control and manage my life. I'd just sleep my hunger away, hoping I'd wake up from all this nightmare. After a couple of minutes, my vision blurred. I nearly jumped out of my skin when someone continuously knocked on the door. I rubbed my eyes and yawned. I checked the time. It had only been 1.5 hours since I fell asleep. Now, what is it this time? Sitting abruptly, I stared at the door. The knocking had stopped, followed by an eerie silence. But after a few seconds, the door busted open, and an angry Alex came into view. He was fully clothed in black slacks, an Oxford shoe, a white dress shirt, and a plain dark blue tie. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't find him attractive. Alex entered the room with long and heavy strides. "Why aren't you eating?" he asked, the coldness in his voice sending chills through my body. "As if you care," I scoffed, matching his glare. His jaw tightened. Without warning, he grabbed my arms and carried me in a bridal style. What the hell is wrong with this man? "What are you doing?" I shouted while he kept walking, and I could see that we were heading to the staircase. He held me closer to him, causing my right hand to land on his chest. I felt his heartbeat. It was unbelievably calm. Hey, Alex, I yelped. Put me down, I demanded as I squirmed my body away from his grip. But he's so strong, Alex didn't budge even the slightest bit to my movement. Let go, I cried. Is it because I'm hungry that I didn't have the energy to move from his grasp? Alex kept ignoring me, acting like a deaf person. What a jerk. He paused for a moment, and then eyed me. The way he stared at me made me feel like he was reading into my soul and was trying to hypnotize me into submission. Daniela, Alex hissed with such venom in his voice. His face hardened, anger emitting from his body. Stop moving. As if I'd listened to him. I guess he didn't know how stubborn I was when I set my mind to something. Put me down, I repeated. Hold on tight to me, he uttered monotonously, and he leaned closer, his breath tickling my ear. Or else you'll fall. I felt my body shiver, and I just realized that I was panting. Alex then pulled me even closer to him as he started walking down the stairs, heading toward the dining area.
Chapter 27. Alex, this woman was one hell of a stubborn lady. She kept on getting on my nerves, yet it turned me on. You're playing hard to get, aren't you, Danny? Let's see how long that lasts. When we arrived at the dining table, I was relieved that she finally stopped squirming and screaming. Or else if she would continue, I might lose my tiny bit of patience left. Who knows what I'll do? It was rather odd, though. She became awfully quiet, as her eyes were seriously fixated at the dining table. I could feel how her body was shivering in panic and fear nonetheless. I cleared my throat, breaking the silence. Don't worry, you can relax. You're not going to be a part of the menu this time, I playfully assured her. Danny glared at me, not trusting the words I'd just said. I sighed and gently put my right hand on her back to guide her to her seat. Just don't, Danny protested to my gesture, moving away from me. Shrugging, I held my hands up. As soon as she sat down, I walked to the other end of the table. I couldn't help but feel the tingling sensation at the back of my neck. Danny was probably glaring at me and cursing me silently. I settled down and caught her intense stare before she rolled her eyes at me. No need to tense up, Danny, we'll just eat, I said again. Well, for now, though. She pursed her lips, still glaring at me. A few seconds had passed. Mrs. Hudson and Lydia arrived with the appetizer and main course. My dear, I had the kitchen prepare your favorite medium-rare steak grilled in butter and rosemary, Mrs. Hudson said, while serving down the dishes on Danny's side of the table, while Lydia was serving down mine. I had them also reheat the garlic mushroom soup, in case you both still fancy slurping one, she continued. She then turned to Danny. Also, I do hope you eat this time, darling. You had me worried earlier as you refused to eat. Danny kept her head down, as she mumbled a small thanks to Mrs. Hudson. Mrs. Hudson glanced in my direction and nodded, telling me that all the dishes had already been served. So I nodded back and thanked her. No worries, dear. We'll leave you be. Call me if you need anything else. I held my gaze at Danny, who looked like she was still being reserved about eating. I waited for a bit as I watched her poke the steak with a fork. She then grabbed the knife and started slicing a bite-sized piece, then gobbled it down her slender throat. I began slicing mine too, feeling relieved seeing her eat up. I admit that it made me worried when Mrs. Hudson approached me earlier when I got back from my errands and told me that Danny was being stubborn and refused to eat. I know I've been a jerk, but still, you shouldn't deprive yourself of food. Are you starving yourself on purpose? It seemed like she had already loosened her rigid composure as she continued to consume the food served in front of her. One bite after another, she devoured all the food. Damn, she must have been really hungry. I couldn't help but also notice how the steak's juices were brushing off her luscious lips, making them more irresistible. I shifted my attention back to my plate and dismissed the thought. It was killing me, and it made me somewhat lose control. The silence was quite overwhelming, and it was making me agitated. It would be soothing to at least hear her talk. I didn't even care what she wanted to talk about. she could even confront me whatsoever. I just wanted this awkward silence to be over. But as I sneaked a glance at her, she didn't seem bothered by her surroundings as she was occupied with eating. It was making me annoyed for some reason. I'd rather break the silence and finally end this uneasiness I was feeling. "I'll be busy, by the way, as I need to take care of things abroad," I announced while keeping a stern gaze at Danny to see how she'd react. "That's nice," she said, still not leaving her eyes off her plate. "I have my flight scheduled tomorrow," I continued. She placed the utensils down and raised her head to look in my direction. Her expression lit up, and it infuriated me like hell to see that expression of her. I watched her gulp her water. "Take care." "So you want me gone that badly, huh?" "I don't think so. You won't get rid of me that easily." My eyebrows rose and a small smirk crept on my lips before I added, "And you're coming with me, Danny?" Now it was her turn to raise her eyebrows. She then looked at me with wonder, frowning. "Does that sound good to you?" I asked mockingly.
Chapter 28. Danny. What? Did I hear him correctly? Me? Going with him? Has he gone mad now? I watched Alex as he casually took a bite of his steak. He didn't seem bothered by my expression. I don't want to go with him. I would rather stay here alone and enjoy the tranquility of not seeing his face. Is there something on my face? Or you just find me much tastier than the one served on your plate? He said, the dining utensils dropping onto his plate as he finally finished his food. "I won't fall for any of your tricks, mister, so drop the act," I wanted to say, but I just rolled my eyes at him and continued eating the steak. I heard him chuckle. For some reason, he might be enjoying seeing me annoyed. And that infuriated me even more. I still hadn't forgotten what he'd done. I snapped out of my thoughts when I heard a sudden knock on the door. Alex didn't budge. He even took a sip from his wine. The person behind the door knocked again. I looked at Alex, then back at the door. Why don't they just open the door? It wasn't like they were interrupting something so important here. "Get in, Sandro," Alex ordered before he wiped his mouth. He seemed authoritative. How could he even know who's behind the door? The door creaked open, and a guy dressed in a suit, which made me think he was some sort of an agent, just like in the movie Men in Black, came into view. He was holding a short brown envelope and handed it to Alex. "Boss, I already informed Alberto that you'd be staying for a while in the Castello, and you'll be arriving by tomorrow," Sandro discussed. "All preparations for your flight have already been made. You're good to go," he continued. "Castello? That sounds familiar." Where are we going exactly?" I mumbled. I gasped as I caught both of them had their eyes on me, and it struck me realizing that I had been thinking out loud. Alex snickered. "Oh, so you do speak." Sandro sneaked a chuckle, then cleared his throat to regain his composure. "Anyway, that's all I have to report. There are also some details for your readings." Sandro paused. He gave Alex the stare, as though they were silently communicating with each other with just their eyes. Alex then nodded, which made it more suspicious. "Well then, I'll be on my way now if you'll excuse me," Sandro said. Alex thanked him. "You can relax. We'll just be heading to Italy for business purposes," Alex said cheekily as he leaned back to his chair. "You see, Miss Harrison, I'm a very, very busy person. However, I still need someone to comfort me, and that's when you become of use to me. You will accompany me on this trip whether you like it or not," he threatened. Am I supposed to be scared? "No, I won't go with you," I said firmly. "Have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten that I'm a wanted criminal? How can I possibly get out of this country?" I bit my lip. Who knows what the authorities are going to do to me? Or worse. I paused. Just the thought of it made me anxious, and so I didn't continue what I was going to say. Besides, I'd rather stay alone than go with you. Alex's gaze pierced through me, sending chills down my spine, yet somehow it assured me that I'd be okay no matter what happened. He then uttered, You don't have to worry about anything. I'll make sure to take care of it. Of everything. Of you. Despite being mad with him, I couldn't help but be grateful for him. After all, he saved my life. He was even taking the risk of keeping me safe from not only the authorities, given that they have misleading information about me, but also to the persons involved in my mishap. That's why I want you to come with me. I think it's much better and much safer for you in my safe house in Lombardia, Alex added, shrugging. He continued looking at me and suddenly flashed his arrogant smirk. It's a fortress, so there's no doubt that it's the safest place you'll be. Seriously, how full of himself is this guy? Alex, however, had a serious expression on his face in an instant. Talk about being bipolar. I already found out who killed Maximo, he declared. I'm amazed how you've been involved with such dangerous people who aren't easy to take down. They're a very huge organization with controls all over Las Vegas and different parts of the world. I felt like my heart stopped for a moment. I guess my entire existence was already doomed. But why me, though? What did I do to deserve this?
Chapter 29, Alex. I stepped out of the shower and I took a glance at the wall clock. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After Danny and I finished eating our dinner, Danny immediately went back to her room. She was adamant about not going with me. Whether Danny likes it or not, she'll come with me. A knock on the door snapped me out of my thoughts. Mr. Wales? I walked toward the door and opened it. Mrs. Hudson was standing before me. Good evening, Mrs. Hudson politely greeted. I've had both of your luggage prepared, and it's already downstairs. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Mrs. Hudson gave me a warm smile. Have a safe flight, Mr. Wales. I simply nodded. I drew a deep breath as I knocked on Danny's door. Silence. I knocked again, this time louder, but no one was answering. Shaking my head, I pushed the door open. I was surprised that her door wasn't locked, or maybe she forgot it. Danny, I called out. What are you doing here? She asked, unable to hide her annoyance. I told you I don't want to come with you, Danny yelled as she abruptly threw a pillow at me. How many times do I have to tell you that? Damn, that caught me off guard. Danny, I've already mentioned this so many times. You should be in my safe house in Italy. You're much safer there than being in here, I explained to her, trying to sound as calm as possible. Danny seemed to calm down, and I walked closer to her. But suddenly, she smacked me again with another pillow. What the hell? That's it! I've had enough. I grabbed her arms, lifted her, and carried her like a sack of potatoes. As expected, she squirmed on my shoulders and yelled to be put down. Alex! Danny screamed. You jerk! Put me down! This woman is testing my patience. Will you please stop wriggling and stay still? I said through gritted teeth. Huh, she scoffed. As if I'd listen to you. Halfway toward the Mercedes-Benz, Danny finally stopped moving. You at last got tired, huh? I changed her position and carried her like a bride. I looked at her tired face. She must have caught me looking at her because she turned her head away. I never let go of her as soon as we entered the car. I placed her on my lap. However, her attention was way out of the window. She continued to ignore me and remain silent. I squeezed her waist and pulled her closer to me. Then I grabbed her chin to face me. She just smelled like lavender. What's with the long face? It's not like I'm putting you on death row, am I? Smile for me, darling, I said playfully while I stroked her chin. She immediately dismissed my actions, pulling away from me. You don't deserve to be smiled upon, so cut it out, Danny said coldly. Playing hard to get, I see. A deep chuckle left my lips. Very well, then. Let's see how you withstand this. I pulled her closer to my chest. I felt her flinching at my sudden enticing gesture. What the hell are you on about now? Danny blurted out irritatingly. Her neck was within the reach of my lips, so I went with it and brushed her neck with a soft kiss. Danny shivered, yet she did not push me away. As I slowly went down to her collarbone, I heard her whimper softly. "Damn!" She immediately came back from her senses and pulled away from my lap. She sat on the passenger seat to put distance between us. She fixed her gaze outside the window without hesitation of looking back. Shaking my head, I started the engine. No one dared to speak throughout our trip. I turned off the car engine and stepped out. I assumed Danny would already be following me, but as usual, she was back to being stubborn and refused to get out of the car. I heaved a sigh, dragged Danny out, and carried her like a sack of potatoes again. Now she was back to being violent again. She screamed and wriggled from my hold as I walked up to my private plane. Sandro and my other subordinates were already waiting for us. "Good evening, Boss Alex." Their faces said it all. They all looked surprised and wondered why Danny was being feisty and loud, but they kept their mouths shut. "Have the plane ready in 10 minutes. We'll discuss after I take care of this," I ordered. I walked further to the back of the plane where a cabin with a hotel-like feature was available. I gently tossed Danny on the bed and I quickly went out of the room. I had no choice but to lock it. Danny kept on banging on the door, but I ignored it. "Now going back to our official business. Discuss everything you've got to report to me," I demanded.
Chapter 30. Danny. Alex dragged me to a room, and once we reached it, he tossed me onto the bed. Then he closed the door and locked it. Abruptly, I got up and turned the doorknob, but it was no use. "Open this door, Alex. Let me out." I kept banging the door, hoping he'd get annoyed by my loudness, but it seemed that I was the one who was getting annoyed. I kicked the door, but I made a mistake. I accidentally used my toe. Damn it, it hurts like hell. "You're so stupid, Danny." "Please let me out," I yelled again, but I knew that I was only wasting my energy. Sighing, I sat down on the edge of the bed. I looked around, and I couldn't help but be amazed by this cabin. This room was equipped with all the modern conveniences, a king-size bed and its mini fridge, as well as a small basket full of snacks and goodies. Everything was prepared, and it looked like they were all arranged according to my preference. I mean, all the things I'd be needing, including some personal girl stuff, were here. But I couldn't stay here, and I didn't want to go. I think staying at his mansion was already enough protection. Why would he want me to go to his safe house, and in Italy for that matter? Why couldn't he just have left me home? "Enough, Danny? The plane hasn't taken off yet, so you still have a chance." "Alex, open this door," I yelled again. "I know you can hear me. Let me out." I was just about to kick the hell out of the door, but suddenly the plane took off. "Well, there goes my chance to get out of this hellhole," I groaned as I lay down on the bed. There was nothing I could do about it now. We were in the sky, for heaven's sake. It took me a few minutes of tossing and turning before I decided to get up and continue to scan the room. Let's see what's in here that can keep my sanity intact. Murakami didn't know he's quite a reader, I mumbled, eyeing the little shelf in the corner with lots of great reads. I wondered if he'd already read these books. Some titles were familiar to me, as I'd already read them a long time ago, but some were new, which piqued my interest. I grabbed a book I was most familiar with, The Prince by Machiavelli. It's been a while since I've read this magnificent work of art. I flipped it open to the first page and started to read. I was focused on reading when I heard a clicking sound on the door. As it opened, I pretended not to care about it and chose to stay focused on reading. "That book was my childhood trauma," Alex commented. I looked at Alex. He was leaning against the door with his arms folded across his chest. He was still wearing his tight, long-sleeved shirt, showing off defined muscle, and it looked like it was going to pop at any moment because of his big biceps. "Eyes up here," Alex told me with what I could have sworn was a devilish smirk. I ignored him, trying to hide my embarrassment. "So you're back to the silent treatment again, huh? Well, suit yourself then." Alex walked out of the cabin again and closed the door. Alex kept coming back every 10 minutes or so to probably check if I was okay. But I thought it was to annoy the hell out of me. It has got to stop at some point. I grabbed one of the soft pillows to throw at him, hoping I'd make it for the second time around. As the door clicked open, I positioned myself and threw the pillow at him. "That's not how you hit me with an arrow, dear Cupid," Alex said playfully while he held the pillow in his hands. He walked toward me, a smirk plastered on his face. "I believe this is yours." He handed me the pillow. "You're gonna make me melt with your stare, Miss Harrison," he teased. "Can't you just leave me alone?" I finally exclaimed. "I see. I thought you might like some company to, help you cope up with boredom," Alex said, closing the gap between us. I stepped back. Alex smirked as he tucked my hair behind my ear. "Non ti tocco, mi amore," he whispered in my ears. The way he said it sent a shiver down my spine. I could also clearly hear his breathing, but he pulled back immediately and faced me again. "I won't touch you again, Danny," he assured. "However, next time that we're going to do it, you'd be the one voluntarily inviting me onto your bed." After saying that, he walked out of the cabin, leaving my emotions in chaos as much as I was in my life. I hate him. But most of all, I hated myself for enjoying what happened and for even craving for more.
Chapter 31. Alex. "We're not making any progress," Sandro informed me. We were discussing the organization that was trying to kill Danny. I leaned my back on my chair and shook my head. I knew Sandro had a point, and we couldn't just let everything pass. Yet, I pointed out through gritted teeth. "But we will." I closed my eyes for a second. This organization was seriously getting on my nerves, and I couldn't wait to make them kneel before me. "Soon enough," I told myself before taking a deep breath. "I'm sure we will," he sighed. "But how long are we going to hover around this issue without knowing where we'll be able to find evidence in the first place? Trust me, Sandro, will you? I haven't seen her evidence, but I know it's a video," I told him as I looked at my laptop. "What video? Would that be enough to get her name off the police's radar?" When I checked the news regarding Danny, she was still being searched by the authorities. Even though we all knew it was an old tactic hidden behind the term framed up, the police wouldn't just believe a thing unless they saw it for themselves. I looked up at Sandro. "No, that wouldn't be enough," I said, but didn't elaborate, silently mulling over his words. Sandro took an uneasy gulp before shrugging his shoulders. "So, what's your plan?" he prodded. "Do we have to get the video first wherever it is, or we'll look for something else? Because, as you know, we need to have a base for everything else we need to look for, or else it'll be like finding a needle in a haystack." My eyebrows arched in annoyance. "Stop telling the obvious, Sandro. Are you questioning how I do things?" "It's not like that," he said in a cautious tone. "I was just worried we weren't doing enough. Plus, that video you're talking about as evidence didn't seem plausible since we don't have it yet." "We are, don't worry. Besides, even without that video, I can prove that those people killed Maximo," I said, rubbing my thumbs against my temples as I thought of these things happening all at once. "So when are we going to move? We know that organization won't go down easily," Sandro asked me, his face filled with worry. I grunted. "Not yet, Sandro. We should use it only during the time most advantageous to us." He drew a deep breath and only nodded, but I could tell from his expression that something else was on his mind. "You can go now, Sandro," I commanded him, and he nodded before walking out of the room. I released a puff of air as I blankly stared at my laptop. Danny was supposed to be bait at first, but when things went south, the war among our groups intensified. I knew it would be better to bring Danny out of the country with me. It is a dark war. I could remember every dark thing that happened in my life ever since, but something was churning in the pit of my stomach as if warning me that this would be different, that this would be worse than anything I'd ever experienced in my life. Strangely, just thinking about it made me excited and giddy. There was nothing else I had craved for other than dark things. It felt as if I've always been designed to work and move in the dark. I'd make sure that damn organization and their stupid tactics would bring them their death. They knew Danny was with me, and being a traitor, it was no-brainer that they wanted revenge. I let out a scoff, as if they could touch me that easily. With my money, power, and connections in society, it would be difficult for them to even lay their finger on the hem of my Armani. Now that we were in the middle of all this, I knew I had to take things slow, even though I didn't usually do things that way. I had to think like a devil's advocate and anticipate every move they could make against me. 2 of my most important men were assassinated, and I couldn't risk losing any more of them. After finding out my men died because of them, I took my sweet revenge by burning 2 of their so-called training camps after securing their products. Young women and kids. I made sure I'd gathered the evidence of all their dirty needs. Those bastards were already living in the pit of hell without having to die. Death would be easy for them. They should all be behind bars. I was sure as hell that whoever was supporting that organization in the dark wouldn't be able to do a damn thing. I balled my hand into a fist, clenching it tightly at my side. They dared to douse my fire, huh? Damn hell, the fight is on!
Chapter 32. Danny. As soon as the plane landed, Alex abruptly held my wrist and dragged me with him. Whenever I tried to move, he'd always pull me by his side and look at me as if I'd done something wrong, when all I wanted was for him to get his hands off me. I wanted to tell him that I could walk without being dragged. When we got inside his black Porsche, I looked at him and sighed. If you would just let go of my hand, that would be more comfortable. Alex only ignored me, started the engine without letting go of my hand. If I were the driver, I would find this weird and uncomfortable. Alex, I'm right beside you. Let go of my hand, I hissed, but he still hadn't listened to me. I tried to pull my hand again, but Alex glared at me. At that specific moment, I felt as if I were going to die. Eyes on the road. What the heck is wrong with you? You are. I shook my head at him in mock disappointment. Seriously, I don't understand what's going on inside your head. I don't even want to try. No worries. You aren't the first to try, he said nonchalantly as he tightened his grip on my hand. I swear this guy would be the death of me. You are one crazy asshole, I mumbled under my breath. Thank you, Danny. Tell me something I don't know. I snickered at him. Dealing with this guy would be endless. So I just let him hold my hand and lean on the window. After a couple of minutes, my vision blurred. Wake up, sleepyhead, I heard someone say before I felt a finger poking my cheek. When I opened my eyes, Alex looked at me with utter boredom plastered on his face. You sleep like a stone. Stones don't sleep, I said matter-of-factly. How would you know? This guy had his childish moments. Ignoring him, I pursed my lips and stretched my arms before going out of the car. What the hell? And I gasped as my eyes beheld a castle. I believed shock would be an understatement. Be careful, Danny. You're spittle. Alex nudged me. I immediately closed my mouth before clearing my throat. You bought? I stumbled upon my words. I mean, is this yours? I asked him. My heart leapt at the sight of the huge chandelier. Could we talk about how grandeur the castle was? Alex was standing behind me, looking amused. Of course, woman. Who else would own something like this besides me? I don't know. You're not the only rich person in the world, I said, still not looking at him. I didn't know why, but the yellow and red flowers flanked beside the main entrance didn't seem Alex's type. So maybe someone else decided to do that. But before I could even turn my head to look at the other side, I felt Alex's hand on my chin, making me stare at his eyes. Look at me when you're talking. I nodded my head. I was about to slap his hand away from my face when he suddenly caressed my chin. Follow me, or I'll have my wolves eat you for dinner, Panic settled inside me. Who knew if he was telling the truth or not? This lunatic probably bought a cobra or a hawk during his free time. And to answer your question, yes, I bought this castle years ago from a prominent family. Just how rich is this person? I didn't expect that he could be this rich. When we got inside, an old man welcomed us. Good day, Master Alex. Danny, he is Alberto, the caretaker of the castle. Nice to meet you, miss. Alberto greeted me. Pleasure to meet you too. I stretched my hand and shook hands with him. What would you like for dinner? They continued talking, but I couldn't hear anything. It felt as if there was a ringing sound in my ear as I looked at the place. The interior looked more enticing compared to the exterior. It was as if I was living in the medieval era. There were columns everywhere, and the paintings inside were old but looked authentic. I couldn't help but smile. Besides, by how the people here treated Alex, he looked like a king. I just hoped he would be a much calmer king, because that would be better. Danny. I was startled when I heard Alex call my name, but the first thing I noticed was the distance between us. I didn't realize I was already walking around the house. I bit my lower lip as I walked back to where Alex was. I smiled apologetically at Alberto. Did you hear what I say? Alex asked. I shook my head. I said you should take a rest first, and I would give you a tour tomorrow. Am I understood? I nodded, excited for tomorrow.
Chapter 33. Alex. I told Alberto to ask the maids not to go anywhere near the proximity of the dining hall since I didn't want to have anyone around Danny and me. Stirring my black coffee, I browsed at the news on my laptop as I waited for Danny. I didn't peg her for a morning person, but I didn't think I knew much about her to have a say. I could just go and wake her up on my own, but I didn't want to impose myself, at least not anymore. Should I sit there? I looked up. Danny still had her pajamas on and her hair tied in a bun. Is something wrong? She asked, suddenly conscious of how I was staring. No, nothing. You were saying? She shook her head. I asked you where I should sit. There are so many chairs on this long table. I didn't know these things are still being used for a house. Wait, this is a castle, of course. These things would be here, right? I'm not sure if you're still talking to me right now, or yourself. Don't mind me, she said, waving her hand in the air. You may sit beside me, I told her. Danny only nodded as she started putting butter and jam on a bread roll in front of her. I like this castle, you know. I can't believe you own this property, Danny said as she took a bite of the bread. Should I tour you around after this? I asked. And Danny stopped eating as she looked at me like I was some alien she was seeing. What's wrong with my question? Nothing, I just thought, actually, never mind. I like this house too much to say no anyway, she said, shrugging her shoulders as she continued gobbling on her food. Wait, where's everyone anyway? It's quite creepy to be alone here with you, to be honest, she added. Don't worry, I won't bite. Do you remember what I said back in the cabin? I won't use force ever again, Danny. That was an asshole move for me. So you'll have to ask for it now, and only then would I comply with this urge. Danny just raised her eyebrow at me. After what happened last time, me forcing myself onto her, it felt as if I was punched in the gut after that, and I didn't want to do it that way again. I just couldn't think straight when it came to Danny, and I felt like a metal rod being bent. Danny clapped her hands, snapping me out of my thoughts. Her eyes twinkled. She looked like a child asking her parents to buy her an ice cream. Should we go now? Where do we start? I almost laughed when I looked at her, but I cleared my throat, fixing my composure. The drawing room, perhaps? I suggested. Danny nodded her head vehemently before standing up, waiting for me to move. When I still hadn't stood up, she pursed her lips. Are we going to move? Or am I just going to watch you? I stifled my smile and took a sip of my coffee. I wiped my mouth before I stood. No, follow me. Danny went beside me as she craned her around, pursing her lips every time she got to look at something that piqued her interest. "Do you like these things?" I asked her, pointing at the paintings she was looking at. "Are you kidding me? Who wouldn't? Did you know that paintings could talk to you?" "No, Danny. I'm not on your level of crazy yet." She rolled her eyes at me. "I'm not crazy. I'm just saying that when you look at paintings, it feels as if they're talking to you. I love how paintings could make you feel that way without actually speaking." "Of course. You'll run when these paintings get a mouth and start speaking to you," I said mockingly. "Drop the sarcasm, please. All I'm trying to say here is that paintings are a gift from the heavens above. Do you see how the contrasting colors and the movement of the shapes are making you picture something? Like a mountain equal to struggles, or water to flow?" "That's what I'm saying," Danny said, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. She looked at the paintings with such an endearing look that I almost felt envious of the paintings. "What is wrong with you, Alex?" "Yeah, sure." Danny glanced at me and squinted her eyes. "You're not listening, are you?" I shrugged my shoulders the way she always did and smirked. "Never mind. Where should we go next? I think I saw those colorful flowers near the entrance yesterday. I'm not sure. Do you have a gardener?" I only looked at her with such boredom in my eyes. "Okay, the way you're looking at me only made me feel stupid. Of course, you have a gardener. Thank you for answering, by the way," she said sarcastically, emphasizing the last sentence. In times like these, I already shouted at her and called her out for talking back. But I didn't know what was wrong with me. I was usually hard on the people around me. I closed my eyes for a few seconds and massaged my temples, knowing that I shouldn't be thinking much about this. It's not a big deal.
Chapter 34. Danny. "Shall we go to the garden now?" Alex asked, and I could only nod. The smile on my face was unwavering ever since we started this tour. When we got to the garden, I saw the same kind of flowers flanking the entrance of the castle, along with different kinds of flowers. Alex held my wrist and gently pulled me to a gazebo. But this wasn't a usual gazebo. There were antique figurines in the middle. If my smile could get any bigger than this, I would. "You're crazy," I mumbled. "Calling me crazy again, huh?" he asked. "I mean, this is one crazy castle. Now, exactly about you, no." "Do you want to drink something?" he asked again, but I only shook my head. "You're that happy and you don't even want to drink even some water? That's something." "You could say that, but really, I'm fine." Alex stared at me for a few seconds before nodding and taking his phone out. I continued to look around. This place felt like we were in a maze. Biting my lip, I tried to recall where we walked to get here in my head. It was like a circle within a circle, and the gazebo was in the center of it. "Who is your gardener? I think I haven't asked that." "Why would you want to know? You can't even afford his hourly pay." He smirked. I pursed my lips. "I know that, okay? I just want to know since he did a great job." "He's doing that because he's being paid, Danny." "Please, Alex, stop with the cynicism. I may know that, but the effort is worth giving praise for, all right?" He shrugged. "It's Alberto." My eyes widened as I looked at him. "Alberto? The caretaker of your castle?" Alex nodded. "Wait, don't you think it's too much work being the caretaker, while also being the gardener?" "As far as I'm concerned, he likes it just fine, Danny. Let the old man be. He could take care of himself." "All right, whatever," I said simply. I could remember every single place in this castle because Alex was a great tour. He pointed to the names of the rooms the way a prince in the 17th century would. Seeing all the paintings inside the castle entailed how much value there was inside this castle. But one thing I noticed was Alex didn't care about paintings. You do not give a single care about the paintings in your house, don't you? Before he could even say something, I motioned for him to stop. Wait, I meant to say castle. But yeah, continue with what you're about to say. Sorry for interrupting, I said, before nodding and looking at Alex, waiting for him to say something. That's your takeaway after the tour? Really, Danny? For a smart reporter, I didn't peg you to be this stupid. What's with the sudden criticism? I mean, can you blame me? He only shook his head as he looked straight into my eyes. Let me ask you one thing, Danny. What's the reason why you love painting so much? I've always wanted to paint. I guess that's why. Then I also have my reason. Contrary to your kind of stupid notion, I do love paintings, but only because of their worth. Do you have any idea how much all these paintings in my castle would amount to, when combined? I remained quiet. I treat them as assets. Having them makes me feel richer than I already am, he said. Do you understand it now? It felt like I was being belittled, but this was Alex Wales, one of the most powerful men. But I also noticed another thing in your castle. There's an abundance of it, I exclaimed, changing the subject. What? You have a lot of antiques. Are those real? It's quite stupid of you to ask me these things. Don't you think so? Danny, of course they are real. Do you believe I would have something fake? Okay, I get it. Sorry for stepping on your ego. Stop making me feel stupid now. Alex looked at me and smirked. In my case, I'm only being honest. I only shrugged. Okay, whatever you say. Scene, do you treat those antiques like assets too? Not really. Unlike these antiques, I could say the same way you feel about paintings. It's about having the history of a single piece of thing, how much it has gone through the challenges, yet continues to stay as it is. You could say that I like resilience because antiques are proof of that. I didn't peg you for the sentimental type, I whispered. But maybe it was because there were only two of us in the garden that he managed to hear me even though I could swear I only opened my mouth a little bit as I spoke. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't think I enjoy putting labels on things, more so myself. I understand that, I said. I bit my lower lip, not knowing what to say anymore.
Chapter 35. Alex, let's go out, I told Danny, breaking the silence enveloping us. What? She asked, perhaps unsure if she heard me right, since the way she looked at me was a mix of excitement and doubt. Yes, Danny, you heard me just right. We're going out for lunch. But where? To the city? Where else? Danny shook her head. Nothing. Perhaps it's just because I'm excited since this is the first time I'm going to the city. Do you have anything in mind? For what? I rolled my eyes. For lunch, Danny. I'm not picky, so just choose what you believe is the best. I smirked. All right then. Just when I was about to say she should start following me, Danny walked past me. When I got to the garage, Danny was already standing right beside my car, asking me to open the car door. You're getting demanding these past few hours, I told her before taking the key fob out of my pockets. Danny raised her brow at me. What? You don't like it? If I say no? I stared straight into her eyes, making sure I was still asserting my dominance. But just when I thought I had everything planned, Danny smiled sweetly at me and shrugged. Should I care? I cleared my throat, taken aback by her words. Now where do we go? She asked adamantly. When we got to Desenzano del Garda, a city in Lombardy, I heard Danny gasping rather loudly. It was my favorite city, and it was just a few hours away from Milan, and a must-see among tourists. Even if I'd been here a lot of times, I knew Danny would like it here just fine. Where are we? She whispered before closing the gap between us. Desenzano del Garda. Oh, okay. This is a really beautiful place, she said, still whispering. Should we go eat now? I'm starving, I told her, but Danny only stared at me and looked as if she was going to cry. What? What's wrong? I asked. Nothing. I just never thought I would do something as beautiful as this in broad daylight, she said, wiping her eyes. I hid my smile by faking a cough and only tapped her back. I didn't know how to comfort someone, but maybe caressing her back would help. Do you want to see more beautiful things? I asked, and Dani nodded her head vehemently. But we have to eat first. We ended up eating at La Lepre Restaurant, one of the restaurants I frequent. The staff was about to place my order, but they immediately stopped when they noticed I had company. What does the lady wish to order, Senor Alex? I looked at Dani, and she intently looked at me as if searching for answers on my face. When a few seconds had already passed, and she still hadn't talked, she looked at the staff and told him she would be having what I'd be ordering. Are you sure you'd want what I want? I asked her, before pouring myself a glass of water and doing the same on hers. I think your order would be fine, though I can't be sure. But I've always believed Italian cuisine would taste exquisite. My usual order is ricotta and truffle buttons and champignon mousse and bacon. Her forehead scrunched up. That sounds a lot. You don't have an appetite for it? No, I thought you wouldn't have an appetite for it. It's their best seller, Dani. I made it a bestseller, I replied, emphasizing the last sentence. Don't tell me you own this place. Silly, I don't. It's just my influence, I guess. The ever-so-cocky Alex Wales, she said, shaking her head. As always, I replied. Should we go to Milan now? I asked her as we finished eating our dinner. What are we going to do in Milan? We're already in this beautiful place, she said, frowning. Buy everything you want. What? She asked, shock evident in her tone. I said we're going to Milan so you could browse around stores and buy everything you think you need or just anything you want. I shrugged. You're not going to die, right? What the hell is wrong with you, woman? I hissed. I just told you that I'm going to spoil you for today, and now you are asking me something like that. Do you want me to? She shook her head, her eyes still wide open. No, it's not like that. She faltered for a moment. It's just that they say people change into 180 degrees when they're going to die. You've been good to me since this morning, so I think there's something wrong with you. I laughed, really laughed after hearing her ridiculous myth. I didn't think people still thought that way, but maybe she was right. A big part of me died because I couldn't have seen myself acting this way before Dani came into the picture. I'm not going to die, Dani. Just consider this as anything you can consider. Now, shall we go to Milan? Smiling, she nodded and went inside the car.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 36. Dani. I'd never thought I'd ever be used to this kind of opulence. When I was still an undercover reporter, I was already in awe of the lavish parties that some celebrities and politicians throw. It was as though there was no limit to what they could spend. But Alex was on a different level altogether. Over the top wasn't enough to describe him, from his wardrobe, cars, house, and even his hobbies. The lifestyle he had was way beyond what I'd ever imagined. We rode his black Porsche today. He was the one who drove it, while an entourage of his security personnel followed us from behind. So why are you driving today? I asked him. Don't you trust your men? Alex smirked at me. It's you that I don't trust, actually, he answered. Who knows what you might do to them so that you can escape? I rolled my eyes at him. Also, like I've told you before, I don't want other people handling what's important to me. I'm a possessive person, he added. His words sent a tingle of goosebumps up my arm, and I tried to ignore it. We continued our way down to the town proper. I looked at the enchanting scenery that we passed by. Being here in Lombardia was like being in a fairy tale. The castles, the crystal clear lake, the boats, and everything else. I'd only dreamed of going to places like this, but I think fate had a funny way of bringing things my way. I opened the window and let the cool wind blow on my face and hair. With my eyes closed, I inhaled deeply. My current situation wasn't ideal, but I decided to make the most out of it. Alex, where are we going exactly? I inquired. If I tell you, I have to kill you. Our first stop was an alfresco restaurant. I could smell the aroma wafting softly on the gentle breeze. Since Alex was more familiar with the place, I let him choose our food. Fresh seafood pasta, grilled steak, and fresh salad were placed on our table. Alex got some food and put it on my plate. I raised my eyebrows at him, and he just shrugged. This is one of the best restaurants in the area. You won't find anything like this back home. Eat up, you need the energy. Energy for what? Shopping? I know girls love to do that, he stated. Well, I'm not your typical girl. Stop treating me like one, I said. We continued to have a nice conversation while we ate the food. Alex wasn't lying. I'd never tasted anything like this. The food was so flavorful, I found myself taking bite after bite. Something about our dynamics changed, though I couldn't pinpoint when it started. I could talk to Alex more freely, and I could even make jokes and throw barbs at him, but still, he kept calm and composed. We finished our meal with the most decadent creme brulee I'd ever had. Absent-mindedly, I licked the spoon to get the last morsel when I saw Alex staring at me. He quickly averted his eyes when he realized I'd caught him. Tell me, Alex, what exactly do we need to shop for? I was really curious. Since we left home in such a hurry, I've noticed that you have limited wardrobe options, so I thought it would be nice for you to have other pieces of clothing, he said. Oh, I'm sorry I wasn't able to pack. Let me think about why. I paused. Oh, because someone kidnapped me, I exclaimed. He let out a small laugh. No, I saved your life. I crossed my arms and pouted. As much as I hated to admit it, he was right. He did save my life from those people who wanted me dead. Come on, cheer up, will you? He said playfully. You can buy anything you want, but may I just suggest for you to get some formal dresses, as we may need to attend some functions. Also, some swimwear if you like. Underwear is optional, though. I could feel the heat rising from my neck to my ears. I glared at him, but it didn't have any effect on him. Okay, if this was the way that he wanted things to be, then I'd play his game. I'd get all of the things that catch my eye, even if it was unnecessary. It was his money anyway, so I'd make sure his pockets were empty by the end of the day. I smiled sweetly at him. Bring it on, Mr. Wales. After Alex paid for our lunch, we went to the nearby mall. We entered one of the big boutiques, and he introduced me to George. This is Danny. She needs a new wardrobe, so please assist her with whatever she wants. No limits. George kissed me on both cheeks. Bellissima, he exclaimed. Don't worry, you're in good hands. George took my hands and led me around the store. He gave me several pieces of clothing which I'd tried on. He's got a good eye. Every dress fit perfectly as if it was tailor-made for me. I told him I'd take everything, and if there was anything else that he could recommend for me. George gave a small squeal of delight as he gave me a few more pieces. We also got shoes, bags, and accessories to go with everything. Indeed, this gave me an endorphin high that I was able to forget about my problems for a while. After about an hour, Alex returned with his men. His jaw dropped as paper bag after paper bag was handed over for them to carry back to the car. "You bought all of these?" he asked incredulously. I caressed his arm. "Oh, I'm just getting warmed up. There are a few other stores which I'd like to visit, so we should get going. Bye, George. See you soon." I threw George a flying kiss, and then I pushed the door open and went out of the store. Alex followed while he shook his head. I sashayed toward the next luxury stores. The fun is just getting started.
Chapter 37. Alex. The moment Danny met George, they instantly clicked with one another. I smiled inside. I wasn't sure what it was, but Danny had that effect on most of the people she met. Maybe that was one of the qualities that made her an effective undercover reporter. After making sure Danny was in good hands, I left the store since I needed to take care of some personal matters. But you could never be too careful, so I assigned one of my men to keep an eye on them. I'd crossed the street and went inside to one of the men's clothing stores. "Thank you," I said to the tailor after he got my measurements. He promised that I could get my bespoke suit by next week. I was about to go back to the store where Danny was when my eyes caught the sight of a jewelry store. Without thinking twice, I went inside and looked around. One of the sales lady immediately assisted me. "Will Danny like this?" I shook my head. She might get intimated about it, so I'd hold off on it for now. When I came back, the items Danny had chosen were being put inside the paper bags. There were roughly 20 bags. George's smile grew as I handed over my credit card. I usually didn't mind the total amount, and I'd just sign. But I got curious, so I peeked at how much it would cost me. It was a little bit surprising, considering that she'd been here only for about an hour. Nevertheless, it was nothing I couldn't deal with. I signed the slip, gave it to George, and he handed my card back to me. He seemed so happy with the commission he'd get. "Thanks again for all the help," Danny said cheekily. "Bye, George. See you soon." Danny gave me an innocent smile as she made her way out of the store. I shook my head. I somehow expected she'd do something like this. But I wouldn't let her beat me in my own game. She thought that she'd burn a hole in my pocket, but I knew for sure that she'd eventually grow tired of shopping and run out of things to buy. So I just let her go through all the shops she'd wanted to check and let her buy to her heart's content. Along with my 5 bodyguards, we just followed her. My forehead scrunched up, noticing she'd been avoiding entering jewelry stores. "Hey, Danny, can I ask you a question?" I called out to her. She stopped in her tracks and looked back at me. "What is it?" "Don't you like jewelry?" I inquired. I saw her eyes light up. "I like them," she answered simply. "It's just, I think it's a little over the top to buy one." "Really? After buying all of this stuff? You think that a piece of jewelry is over the top? Or maybe you're just afraid of something?" I wanted to say, but I remained silent. Shrugging, I just let Danny resume her shopping spree. Maybe I'd give her another hour, and then by that time, she'd be tired already. Quietly, we resumed our steps to follow her. At the end of the street, my eye spied on a rather interesting store. It's a lingerie shop. Danny saw it too, but she purposely avoided going that way. I couldn't help but smile as a naughty idea popped into my head. I walked faster and steered Danny in the direction of the store. I'd already instructed my bodyguards to stay outside, so it was only Danny and me who'd entered the store. Danny frowned, and I found it even funnier. "What are we doing here?" she hissed at me. "Isn't it obvious? We're going to get you some nice lingerie." "I already have enough of my own, thank you very much," she answered sarcastically. I took one item from the rack and handed it over to her. But these are exquisite pieces, I explained. They're made of the finest silk and lace. I think they would suit you quite well. She crossed her arms and scoffed at me. No. I pulled her closer to me and whispered, "It's either you buy and use lingerie from this store, or you won't ever wear anything at all," I declared. Do I make myself clear? Danny stared at me in disbelief, open-mouthed. "Come on." I suppressed my smile. I know I'll win this battle. Danny remained rooted at her spot, so I put it upon myself to browse the store. I got several items which I think would suit her. I gave them to her and guided her toward the fitting room. "Do you want me to help you try them on?" I asked teasingly. "I can do that myself," she said, snatching the pieces from my hands. The door closed with a loud thud. "Just let me know if you need my opinion on anything," I called out to her. "I'm an expert when it comes to these things." "Go away!" she shouted. Chuckling, I left her in the fitting area and waited for her in front of the counter. A few minutes later, Danny went out and placed all the items on top of the counter. "I'm getting them all." I paid for everything and gave all the paper bags to my bodyguards. Their arms were almost full, so I told Danny it was already time to go home. She answered with a pout. "Alex 1 point, Danny 0.
Chapter 38. Danny. I never knew that shopping could be so much fun since I rarely do it. Why? First, I was always busy with my job. Second, I was content with my clothes. But most importantly, I didn't have the budget for it. My measly salary was just enough to cover my basic needs, so buying new clothes or anything I didn't need could be categorized as splurging. I had to work hard and save every penny that I could to support myself. Alex's bodyguards were behind us, carrying all the paper bags which contained different branded items. I paused for a while and marveled at how one person could afford to spend a lot of money on those things. Did I go overboard? I looked at Alex, but he didn't look bothered at all, so I just shook off the feeling. We continued walking toward his car when he suddenly stopped. "You know what? I changed my mind," he said. What the hell did he mean by that? I looked at him and waited for him to continue. "I feel a tad hungry after all our activities today." Alex pointed to 3 of the bodyguards. "You 3 go ahead and take all of those paper bags back home while you 2 stay with us," he instructed. "Let's have some dinner," he told me. We'd been walking for several hours, and I felt a little bit tired. But this place was just so beautiful. Never in my life did I imagine that I'd be walking down the streets of Italy. The place was truly enchanting. Every corner was a sight to behold. It was even more wonderful at night. Lamps illuminated the streets, and it felt as if I was in some kind of fairy tale. Alex and I were both silent as we walked down the cobblestone street. I had no idea where we were going, so I just followed his lead. Every second, he'd glance at me. It was as if I'd run and go somewhere. Alex remained a mystery to me. I could see the physical appeal, but I knew there was something else beneath all that bravado. I drew a deep breath as we ascended the stone stairs. Thank goodness I was wearing sandals, or else this would have been torture to my feet. "We're here." I couldn't help but mutter. Finally. We arrived at an open-air restaurant with lots of tables under several umbrellas. The mere look of the place spelled celebration and good food. I wasn't feeling hungry, but my stomach started to rumble at what I saw. One of the servers approached us and led us to a table overlooking the lake. He handed us the menu, and I quietly browsed through it. Alex gave some recommendations, but he told me to choose whatever I want to eat. Every dish looked delicious. After a few minutes, I decided to have the grilled lamb chops and some spaghetti alle vongole. I also ordered a glass of wine. While waiting for our food, Alex slightly tapped my arm to get my attention. "Danny, tell me more about yourself," he said out of nowhere. I was surprised by his question, which I wasn't able to answer for a few seconds. I looked at him and saw he was waiting for me to speak. What do you want to know? I don't know. Anything? He stopped for a few moments. Why did you become a reporter? I gathered my thoughts before I told him my story. Well, when I was still young, I've always dreamt of seeing myself on the television, doing a newscast or something like that. I let out a sigh, still deep in thought. But of course, when you're young and don't have much experience yet, you get the first job offered to you. But do you enjoy what you're doing? It pays the bills, I answered honestly. And I think of it as a stepping stone to reach my career goals. Our food arrived, so we started eating. Because he was the first to ask, I felt confident to ask him too. How about you? What's your childhood like? How did you end up so rich like this? A chuckle escaped his lips. You've got so many questions, but I'll try to answer them. He took a sip of water first and stared at me. My family wasn't well off, and stuff happened. One thing led to another, and I got involved with this one organization, he said. I worked for them for a while, but I didn't like it, so I escaped. I ended up in Las Vegas, where I played my way up the ladder. Eventually, I was able to build my casino. From there, I started to build my empire and hire my people. He continued, maybe I'm not one of the good guys, but I'm opposed to any kind of injustice. I ate my food while I listened to him. I didn't do anything that might interrupt him, but it looked like it was the end of his story for now. To be fair, I don't think you're that bad, I whispered. He smiled at me, then he looked away, his gaze fixed at the lake before us. You don't know me that well yet, Danny. I've scammed a lot of people before I got to where I am right now. I don't trust anyone because I know what people like me can do. We both became silent. With all the courage I had, I stared straight into his eyes. Then let me get to know you and decide for myself, I declared.
Chapter 39. Alex. Italy was one of the places I truly loved. When I was younger, my mom used to tell me stories about the magnificence of this country. Together, we dreamed of visiting this place in the future, so when the castle was offered to me, I took it without hesitation. I made sure that I have enough assets to buy it. I even handled all of the transactions personally. Unfortunately, my mom had already passed away when I came into possession of this property. I wasn't able to fulfill my promise to her that I'd bring her to this place one day, but I hoped that somehow I made her proud. This was my haven, and I was sure nothing would bother me here. Or even Danny, for that matter. The moment the war between the organization and I intensified, I immediately arranged everything so that we could fly here. As it turned out, Italy was one of the places that the organization had problems entering. They couldn't touch anyone who was here. We could walk the streets any time of the day and not be afraid that someone would just jump out of the shadows and point a gun at us. The hands of our enemies were tied at Las Vegas, and they couldn't do anything about it. Not unless they were desperate to send men to hunt us down and kill us. But still, I made sure all my bases were covered. Before we left for Italy, I stirred up the hornet's nest. The government already knew about the organization's business. Instead of focusing on finding Danny, they'd be busy evading the investigation for a while. While we were shopping earlier, I'd been observing Danny. I'd say that she was still quite naive, especially in light of the way these kinds of organizations operate. Maybe that was one of the reasons she thought I was holding her in a prison-like environment. Yes, I had my selfish reasons, but I also wanted to shield her from any harm that could come her way. As days passed by, and the more time we spent here in Lombardia, I could slowly see the changes in Danny's demeanor. One of the reasons why I asked Danny to go out to the city with me was so she could breathe fresh air. Danny was never comfortable around many bodyguards. Maybe she found it too stifling that someone was watching her every move, every second of the day. But it was a precaution we needed to take. Even though we'd had fun today and we acted as though we were civilians who lived in this city, I had a lot of people who were on standby to protect us at the slightest hint of danger. I'd chosen to eat at one of my favorite restaurants in the area. They serve authentic Italian dishes using recipes that have been passed on for several generations. Every time I was here, I made it a point to stop by and eat here. We placed our orders, and then I started asking Danny questions. Somehow I wanted to get to know her more and understand what she was like. What I didn't see coming was that she'd turn the tables on me. How about you? What's your childhood like? How did you end up so rich like this? Danny asked. I was surprised. I knew I had the upper hand and I could choose not to answer her. But no one had ever asked me that before. Either they were all afraid, or they didn't like to get to know me. There was something in her eyes, and the way she asked me made me want to give her an answer. I mean, I didn't have to tell her everything. I paused for a few seconds and gathered my thoughts before I replied. But I'm opposed to any kind of injustice. We talked and ate when the owner, Maria, came over to our table and greeted us. I'd learned enough Italian for a decent conversation. Without any warning, Maria asked a question in English. She's very pretty, she commented as she nodded to Danny. Is she your girlfriend? Danny smiled. No, she's a very good friend, and I'm just helping her out. I wasn't quite sure if Maria understood what I'd said, but she nodded, smiled, and then excused herself as she talked to other customers. We finished our food, and I paid the bill. It was already a bit late, and I didn't know why, but I felt like spending a little more time with Danny. I just hoped that she wasn't that tired yet, and she'd agree to what I was thinking. Danny, I called her. I know it's been a long day, but there's something else I'd like to do with you. Is that okay? She raised her eyebrows at me, but didn't say anything. We left the restaurant, and I told her to follow me. I could feel her eyes on my back as if she was analyzing me. I tried to not give it much thought. We'd reached the place, and as I pointed it out to her, her eyes shone brightly. I knew she'd like this. What flavor of gelato would you like to get? I asked. She sweetly smiled at me, and for a moment it felt like everything was whir.
Chapter 40. Danny. We were finally home from our day out in the city. I was so tired, and I felt my muscles ache like an old man. As soon as we arrived, I went straight to my room. Soaking in a warm bath sounds good. When I pushed the door open, I was a little bit surprised seeing all the paper bags were all lined up and arranged on one side of the room. There were just lots of it. Oh well, it was Alex who wanted this. I just followed orders. For a while, I thought about what I should do first, but I ended up arranging them. One by one, I took out the items from the bag. I put the clothes in the basket since I had to wash them before I used them. For the accessories, I put them in the drawers on the vanity table, while I kept the shoes in their boxes and put them at the bottom of the closet. The last item I got was lingerie. I held it up and inspected it one by one. These pieces were so silky and soft, and they felt divine. I folded them and placed them in the top drawer. I wasn't even sure if I'd ever use those, but I'd just keep it for sure. Once I'd finished everything, I turned on the water faucet in the tub and added some lavender bath salts. I put my hair up and hastily stripped off my clothes. When the tub was full, I immediately sank into it. My weary body instantly relaxed the moment the water pricked my skin. All the stiffness started to vanish as my mind drifted away. Today was a good day. I didn't expect Alex would ask me to get out of these four walls. If I were to choose my favorite part of the day, I'd say it was when Alex took me to eat gelato. Admittedly, it was a sweet gesture. I felt a bit sleepy, so I got up from the tub and dried off. I put on my silk pajamas and brushed my hair for a bit. Then I laid down on the bed. In a second, I sank into dreamland. The following days felt a little bit weird. I noticed some changes in Alex's demeanor, and the way he treated me became different, in a good way. I was starting to think he was planning something, but day after day he'd been consistent. He was acting like the perfect gentleman. He didn't force anything on me. He asked for my opinion and seriously considered some of them. He just became very attentive. It was morning. Usually he'd put food on my plate and command me to eat it, but it wasn't like that anymore. He noticed me walking near the table, so he looked up. "Good morning," he greeted. "Come sit down and join me." I took the seat across from him and glanced at the spread in front of me. "Are you done eating?" I asked. "Not yet. I've just started drinking coffee. Do you want one?" I shook my head. "I think I'm going to have fresh orange juice today," I said. We ate our breakfast peacefully with light banter between us. He told me he'd be busy today, so he wouldn't be around most of the day, but would be back by dinner time. "Don't worry about me," I assured him. "I'm sure I can find something that'll keep me occupied. I've been eyeing the library ever since we got here, so I'll probably spend my time there." I truly couldn't believe what had been happening between us. Is this just a dream? If I wake up, would Alex be back to his old self? I tried to rationalize what was happening, but I couldn't seem to wrap my head around it. Is the world turning upside down? It seemed as if the sun would soon be rising from the west. For the rest of the day, I immersed myself in various books. This also helped to distract me from thinking and overanalyzing all of Alex's moves. I didn't notice that a lot of time had passed by, and I was still cooped up at the library. I was brought back to the present by a knock at the door. "I've been looking everywhere for you," Alex told me. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I've been here almost the entire day." I apologized as I closed the book that I was reading. Alex put his hand up. "No need to apologize. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself here. I'm guessing you haven't had dinner?" I shook my head. "Great then, we can eat together. I'll just wash up," he suggested. "Okay," I answered. He stepped out of the library and I started picking up the books and placing them back on the shelf. Alex came back after a few minutes. "Do you like grapes?" he inquired out of nowhere. I didn't quite get the question. "I beg your pardon." He laughed a little bit. "I mean, would you like to join me in the vinery tomorrow? We could pick up some grapes there, maybe have a little bit of tasting if that interests you." Is he asking me out? I suddenly felt nervous and afraid. Everything was easier when he was a big asshole, and it was only my body that he was after. But this time, I'd started to think that my heart might be in danger too. What should I do?
Chapter 41. Alex. This night appeared to be much like any other, but there was something odd about it. I lit a stick and took a drag on my cigarette. I couldn't sleep, but I still felt comfortable, which was unusual. It was like my mind was playing tricks on me. Danny's gorgeous smile kept flashing in my head now and then. What the hell is wrong with me? Wherever I am, it has always been working that ran through my mind. There was never a time that I never thought about my business and other things that I needed to take care of, and that was equal to me having no legitimate rest, even in the comfort of my own home. But ever since we came here in the Castello, all I could think about was Danny. And the realization, or at least the feelings it stirred within me, were a little unsettling. I couldn't explain it. I felt like I was a different person. I was called a nice person, cruel and heartless. I didn't mind since I wanted everyone around me to fear me. I hated it when people weren't listening to me. I wanted to give authority. Signs of weakness could be used against you, and that would not only lead to you being susceptible to your enemies, but that could also make you lose your power and even dignity. How do I even call myself a boss if I don't establish authority? But again, after I met Danny, that all seemed to shift. Danny was the second woman who scolded me like a toddler next to my mother. But there were times she was being warm. Being with her was giving me the cozy feeling that I'd only felt with my loving mother before. She might be melting the ice in me. And her mere presence was gradually changing me, and my life. How could that happen? It was almost 6 a.m. The sun was just about to rise, and the air was a little chilly. I only had 5 hours of sleep, but strangely enough, I didn't feel tired or even exhausted. I showered and dressed quickly into a pair of jeans and a loose gray shirt. It had been a long time since I let my hair down without wearing any wax. I made my way downstairs and decided to wait for Danny in the living room. "So, this is what you look like if you're not Alex the Great, huh?" Danny joked as she walked down the stairs. "So you're admitting that I'm great?" I retorted back to her joke. She rolled her eyes and continued to walk past me. In an hour-and-a-half drive, we arrived at my vinery farm at Franciacorta, Italy, which I called Tenuta La Wales. Wales Estate. From the moment we entered the Tenuta, Danny had this wonder-struck expression painted all over her face like a child on a field trip. As soon as we stepped out of the car, we were greeted by the locals. "Il Signore, welcome back. We're so happy to hear that you'd be visiting the farm today." Nonna Isabella, one of the locals who worked at the farm, greeted warmly. "Si, Nonna Isabella, I came here to check on how you all are doing," I replied. "Let me introduce my companion, Danny. She'll be helping with the harvest today." The locals gasped as soon as they saw Danny. She seemed a bit shy when the locals approached her with a grin plastered on their faces. "Oh, welcome, Signorina. We hope you enjoy the vinery today," the locals said as they welcomed Danny and shook her hands. "Thank you," Danny said in response. Danny was taken away immediately by the ladies to the area where the grapes were. They handed her a small harvest basket and a grape hook knife while demonstrating Danny how to harvest. I, on the other hand, was on the side where the oranges were planted. It wasn't that far from where they were, as I could still see them clearly. Especially Danny's charming smile. "They look like they're having fun," I grinned at myself. Danny suddenly glanced in my direction, catching me looking at her. So, I waved like an idiot and she burst out laughing. "What's wrong with me?" I walked along the path near the vineyard with a basket full of oranges. I thought Danny was busy with her harvesting, so I sneaked a glance at her, and we caught ourselves looking at each other again. I put the basket down and walked toward Danny's direction. "What's going on here?" I asked curiously. "Oh, Signore, it's just that Signorina Danny is a natural at this," the elderly said, and all of them agreed as they concurred and remarked, "Sai, brava." She's good." Danny and I looked at each other, then she shrugged her shoulders, boasting her newly found skills. We both chuckled.
Chapter 42. Danny. Focus, Danny. I couldn't help it, but I kept on sneaking a glance in Alex's direction. Again, it was like I was looking at a different person. He looked like he was used to this kind of thing. Am I dreaming? I couldn't see the jerk in him. Seeing him being so nice with the elderly, carrying the basket full of oranges, was almost beyond imagination. Why am I smiling? I shook my head, pushed it out of my head, and went back to picking up grapes. "Signorina, you're doing great. Have you picked grapes before?" Mrs. Isabella complimented me. I almost jumped in surprise as I looked at her. Mrs. Isabella was such a sweet lady. She reminded me of my grandma. "Oh no, this is my first time, really," I said humbly. Everyone seemed like they heard our conversation because they immediately gathered up to see if it was true. I felt somehow embarrassed, but I was thankful that Alex came and asked about what was going on. The locals started telling him that I was doing well. I shrugged my shoulders to tell him I had no idea what was happening, but at the same time, I wanted him to think that I was capable of doing things like this. How childish of me. We must both be thinking how pathetic that was, so we both chuckled. After that, they all went back to their work. Alex was about to go back to his place, but I stopped him. "Yeah?" Alex kept my gaze. "I thought you do not involve yourself in this kind of activity, so why are you doing this?" I asked out of nowhere. Alex snickered. He might be thinking that my question was ludicrous, but then he cleared his throat to answer me in a serious tone. "It's my estate. I should do whatever I can to help run it, don't I?" he asked matter-of-factly. "Besides, I'm doing this to help them as they only pick fruits. They don't need to carry it." I was momentarily speechless, my eyes darting down to the ground. I didn't know what to say. How do you respond to something like that? Instead of saying anything, I stood there watching him like an idiot. Alex never bothered to wait for my reply and turned his back on me. He continued picking up some baskets and carried them to the truck. Why do I even bother this much? I continued watching his movements. Alex gave out bottled waters to the elderly. Then he aided one grandpa to sit down on a bench near them. It melted my heart, but at the same time, I envied the elderly as Alex treated them so well. Right here and then, I knew I could no longer stop my feelings. The sun was about to set now. I'd spent the entire day enjoying the company of the locals. I even joined them in the process of winemaking. I ran my fingers through my hair as I wiped the sweat on my forehead. Taking a deep breath, I stared at the sight before me, enjoying the peace for a moment. Suddenly, 2 young adult workers, a boy and a girl, approached me with a smile on their faces. The girl was holding a glass of wine. "Signorina, we have a small gathering with the workers," the boy said cheerfully. Then the girl continued with an offer. "We would like to ask if you could join us. It'll be so much fun. And we're even serving the specialty of the vineyard that you have to try," the girl offered, giving me puppy eyes. That sounds fun. So I nodded in agreement with their offer. Sure, I would love to. They both leaped in excitement, and then he grabbed each of my hands and led me to where the party was being held. As we arrived, the first thing I noticed was the bottles of wine displayed for whichever you'd like to try. It was fascinating to see how they enjoyed simple things like this. I smiled, greeting the people along my path toward the sidebar, where all the wines were displayed. I grabbed a wine glass and started scanning the different wine bottles. I grabbed one with an 1829 year label on it and poured a decent amount of it on my glass. My eyes went wide with bewilderment, as this had probably been the sweetest wine I'd ever tasted. It tasted so good. I didn't try anything else and just refilled my glass with the same wine. I somehow lost count of how much I'd already drunk, but I was sure it was just a few glasses, not more than 5. But these few glasses of wine were making me tipsy. It was great, though. It was somehow giving my courage a booster. For what? That was something I wasn't sure of.
Chapter 43. Alex. It had been a long time since I experienced this kind of event. Standing at the corner, I watched the party from afar. I was still fascinated by how the locals created such a nice and simple gathering like this. The place had been lit up with fairy lights. A group of boys was holding musical instruments. Some were playing guitars, while some were playing the accordion and violin. The sound of it wafted softly into the night. I didn't even notice that I was already moving my head to the music. All of the folks were enjoying themselves and were even dancing with delight, whether they be the elders or the young adults. They all depict the definition of having fun. "Signore, would you like to have some wine?" Flavio, the manager of the vinery and a longtime friend, offered. "I prefer to drink the sparkling wine today, Flavio," I refused, with a bit of authority on my tone. "I understand, Signore. Let me know if you need anything," Flavio said, before he went his way to join the others. It might sound like I had a weak alcohol tolerance, but I wanted to be fully alert. "I'm here to protect Danny." I downed the last of my glass of sparkling wine when I suddenly thought of Danny's whereabouts. I hadn't seen her for quite a while. Where could she be? Suddenly, Danny emerged from the crowd and was a bit out of herself. She seemed to have been drinking as she twirled and twisted her long, flowery skirt as she jived with the others by raising her arms, then danced her way to the center. Someone cleared his throat, and I noticed Sandro, who hastily walked away. He pretended to act like he saw nothing, though I knew he felt embarrassed seeing Danny that way. She even had a half-full glass of wine in her right hand as she continued dancing. "I'm pretty sure she can handle herself," I mumbled. I couldn't help but smirk upon seeing Danny acting this way. After being with her for a considerable amount of time, I could say that she adapted to wherever she is. I averted my eyes away from the crowd, away from Danny for 1 second, but when I looked back, I saw Danny walking toward me. She walked in a wobbly manner, and then she pointed at me as she moved closer. "You!" she exclaimed. She was completely drunk. I had my poker face and didn't react to her call. Danny looked annoyed when she didn't get the response she wanted, so she screamed this time my name. "Alex Wales! Come here, join us!" "No, Danny, I'll stay here," I said firmly. "Oh, come on, don't be a party pooper now." She pouted like a child who was not getting what she wanted. "I think you had enough, Danny. Give me the glass." As I reached for the glass, she immediately stepped back and whisked the glass away from me. I stepped closer to her and tried to reach for the glass, but she kept on getting it away from me. She was unstable. She couldn't even stand straight, yet she was being so stubborn. We continued the cat and dog fight as I tried getting the glass out of her hand when she suddenly tripped and was about to fall, but my reflexes reacted immediately and caught her by her waist. "Fine then. Have your glass," I said, annoyed by the fact that I was being outmatched by her persistence. I let go of her waist and backed away instantly. She giggled at me, probably mocking me by giving up that easily. "You're no fun. What's wrong with you? Why can't you just join us?" I glared at her, though she wasn't paying attention to whatever I was about to say. I said, "No, Danny, and you've had too much of that glass of wine already." She paused, then she lowered her head. I was expecting that she would finally sober up and give up on insisting on joining them. However, I saw her clench her fist, and without hesitation, she threw a fit and pounced on my chest. "You're such an arrogant guy, you know that?" she cried. "You're more or less a jerk, too," she blurted out, as she kept on pouncing on my chest with her firm fist every time she spoke. "You also come out very strict and bossy, and a super dangerous man. I know I should stay away from you, yet here I am. I freaking hate you, I do," Danny continued blurting out. She paused for a while and stopped hitting me and just placed her fist on my chest. I let her do so, as I stared down at her, confused why she suddenly blurted all those out. Danny was still staring down at her feet when she started mumbling to herself. "But I still like you, though." "What are you talking about, Danny?" "I might have fallen in love with you," she added. Chapter 44, Alex. "I might have fallen in love with you." Those words stirred up my emotions, and I could feel my heart beating like a drum in my chest. Suddenly, Danny leaned her head on my chest, but my reflexes reacted immediately. I distanced myself. She stumbled and would have fallen, but I caught her in mid-fall. "Mrs. Isabella," I called out, motioning for her to help me. "Dio mio, what happened to Signorina?" Mrs. Isabella asked worriedly as she aided Danny to stand. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Isabella, but I have to go," I said. "Will you please take care of her? I'll leave one of my men to take her back to Castello." "Non c'è problema." I half smiled and strayed away from them. I kept walking further from her because I knew if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to contain what I'd been trying to ignore. As soon as I stepped outside, Sandro immediately opened the back seat door. I shook my head at him. "I'm going to drive the car tonight, Sandro." "What about Harrison?" "Just ask one of our men to drive her back to Castello. I left her to Mrs. Isabella," I said timidly. "All right," Sandro replied. I settled myself in the driver's seat and started the engine. It was almost midnight, but the road was still alive as cars kept passing by. My eyes were dead focused on the road, but all I could think about was Danny. Why would she say those words? "She's just drunk, Alex." It was just the alcohol talking. Danny didn't mean any of those words. She might forget it the next day. But how many glasses of wine did she drink anyway to become like that? "I still like you, though." Danny's voice rang in my head endlessly like a broken record. Damn it! I swerved the car to the side of the road and stepped on the brake. I didn't notice I was gripping the steering wheel so hard that my knuckles had turned white. Danny was bothering me these past few days. I couldn't get her off my mind. She was gradually making an impact on me when, in the first place, all I wanted for her was to submit to me. That's it. A trophy of some sort. No attachments, no feelings involved whatsoever. Heck, I was known to be a cold bastard, a player. I even showed that side of me to Danny. But what made her special? Every time I think about the monstrous thing I did to her, I feel like a complete jackass. I wanted to keep seeing her smile and frown. I wanted to argue with her, and to be honest, I liked it every time she was getting on my nerves. Is this what I think this is? Have I fallen in love with Danny as well? I didn't like some of these new feelings, and I was terrified of it. I didn't usually falter or quiver, but when Danny said those words to me, it shook me to the core. I could still feel my heart beating so fast, as if it was to burst at any minute. There's no way that I've fallen in love with Danny. I shouldn't be feeling this way, but I knew deep inside me that my heart said otherwise. I leaned back to the car seat, closed my eyes, and drew a deep breath. What have you done to me, Danny? Damn, I groaned as I reached out for the glove compartment. I hastily grabbed the cigarette and lit it. I inhaled so deeply, forcing all of the nicotine in the cigarette to fill my lungs. Then when I released the smoke, I made a decision. I reached for the wireless earpiece and put it on my right ear, and then I turned on the LED screen on the car dashboard to dial Sandro's phone. Sandro, instruct the pilot to prepare the private plane now, I said. I will be heading back to Las Vegas. Copy, Sandro replied shortly. I took another drag of my cigarette before tossing it into the ashtray. I think this is the right thing to do. With all the happenings, I didn't need any distractions. There were so many things I needed to do to prevent the organization from causing more trouble. I shouldn't let my emotions take over my logic and rationality. I still have to protect Danny and clear her name. The sun was still a few ways away from rising when I arrived at the airport. I stepped out of my car and noticed Sandro, along with some of my men, were already waiting by the air stairs of my private plane. Thank you, Sandro. Anytime, boss, he replied timidly. By the way, here are some documents for the update regarding the movement of the organization who killed Maximo, Sandro informed me as he handed me a manila folder. That's right. This is what I should be focusing on. Good, let's get back to work, I replied.
Chapter 45. Danny. The pounding in my head was so intense, and it woke me up from my bleary slumber. I slowly opened my eyes, only to be blinded by the sunlight seeping through the curtains. It made my already terrible head-splitting headache 100 times worse. The room wasn't familiar to me, but I couldn't care less about surveying my surroundings, as my vision kept spinning every time I tried to open my eyes. I held my breath as I felt acid crawling its way up my throat. I couldn't even recall how I got to bed. The last thing I could remember was downing glassful after glassful of wine after Alex left me. A vague memory of some of the elders trying to take away booze from my hands came to mind, but I refused to concede. Maybe I deserved this punishment for a headache. With my eyes closed, I reached out to the bedside table, hoping there was a bottle of water or anything at all to quell the scratching dryness at my throat. To my horror, I only managed to knock something down to the floor. I hastily sat up and saw a crystal vase in pieces with some lovely pink peonies swimming in the puddle on the hardwood floor. Great. Not even knowing whose house this was, I managed to wreck this early in the morning. With my head still spinning, I tried to stand up to clear up the mess I made. However, nausea pulled me back down to the bed, and I could only lay there with my eyes closed. Shortly, I heard the door open, and someone came in cooing, "Oh, Mia, what happened here?" I strained my neck to follow the sound of the voice, and I recognized her dark hair from the night before. She was one of the folks working in the vineyard, and she came bearing a wooden tray. I could only mumble a weak apology, which was met by tender shushing. "Don't mind that," she dismissed. "You must be so dehydrated, you poor thing," she babbled, as she cradled my head and put a drinking straw against my lips. I sipped greedily on the ice-cold water, grateful for the relief it brought to my parched mouth. It was enough to make me feel a bit better, but the cool, damp cloth she placed on my forehead eased the whirling sensation in my head and my stomach. "I'll get you more water," the nice lady declared as she headed to the door. "Alex," I called out to her. "Is he here?" Yes. I forgot to mention that his bodyguards are here. They told me they'll be bringing you back to Costello. I told them you were still sleeping, and they should wait until you wake up," she exclaimed sympathetically. I smiled a wordless thank you to her, and she was out the door. I thought about calling after her because I'd like to know where Alex was, but before I could do so, she appeared at the door again. "Forgive this old lady, mija." She giggled apologetically. Sometimes my mind starts to wander, but no, Alex is not here. He left for Las Vegas early this morning, but don't you worry. I'll take care of you this morning. I'll bring you 2 shots of espresso for your postumi della spornia. And she disappeared. Alex was in Las Vegas and left me here on another continent. Alone. My heart sank. Who was I kidding? Of course, I remembered what happened last night, even before I downed all that wine. "In fact, I think I'm in love with you." These words kept echoing in my head. Even before I could stop myself from saying them, the words shot out of my mouth. I couldn't even decide if I regretted it or not, because even if I didn't tell him, it would always remain a truth I couldn't hide from myself. I was falling in love with him. Only, in my head, he would run to me and tell me he felt the same way too. And then we live happily ever after. But instead, I only got deafening silence and cold shoulders. My life was in constant danger now, with the threat of jail or death as my companions. And now, just in time, a rejection. In all this running and hiding, the only thing that was keeping me sane was knowing I had Alex. But I was certain it went beyond the fact that he'd been saving my ass since day one, or that I enjoyed his company way better than I initially thought I would. I wasn't some foolish girl who'd caught a bad case of Stockholm, because I could feel it. That warm feeling in my stomach, yet heavy and constricting in my chest. Maybe it was my fault, hiding like a coward behind glasses of wine. Maybe he thought I wasn't being serious. If I told him in another time, in another place, would it have turned out differently? However, all of it didn't matter anymore, because I did what I could do and threw my feelings out there. In the open, only to be rejected. Even if he didn't say it outright, I knew a rejection if I ever saw one. And if his lack of response wasn't enough, him flying across oceans away from me should speak for itself. And that was just another unfortunate thing to happen to my unfortunate life. If it wasn't so pathetic, I could cry. And so my eyes remained dry, despite the grief and misery that was slowly taking over me. "Are you okay, mija? You look like you've seen a ghost." The nice lady came bursting into the room with a small tray of espresso and water in one hand and a broom on the other. "No, ma'am, just a bit queasy." I forced a smile as she handed me the 2 cups of coffee. I thanked her for her hospitality. I drank the espresso as she swept the broken pieces of glass on the floor beside me. With the way I was feeling, she might as well add the shattered pieces of my heart on that pile of broken things, heading to the trash and dump it far away, never to be seen again.
Chapter 46. Alex. I could feel my pulse throbbing on my temples. I cracked my neck and stretched my arms, realizing I'd been hunched over my desk since I arrived this morning. A well-deserved bourbon break might be due soon, but there were still lots of things on my plate I needed to take care of. My workspace was littered with empty cans of energy drinks and crumpled packs of Treasurer Silver Slims to combat the jet lag I got from enduring my almost 12-hour flight from Italy to Nevada. I hadn't eaten anything since that apple walnut salad on the plane. If I was being honest, I could have easily done all these while in Italy. I knew my people were capable enough to carry out everything, even if I wasn't close by to supervise them. Maybe then I wouldn't have needed to put myself through that long, grueling flight. However, I knew I wouldn't be able to function properly there, certainly not with Danny nearby. I needed time to think for myself. But that was neither here nor there. We were starting to see positive results back here in Las Vegas, and that was what mattered the most. I was thrilled to see that everything was going according to plan, thanks to the good work of my subordinates. And while we were usually on the bad side of the law, I was glad to find out that cops were working with us. Well, at least those who weren't on the payroll of the organization. The organization no longer had a stronghold on the Metro PD, and so it was easier to wreak havoc among their ranks, dismantling their operation in the state little by little. Last thing I heard from Sandro was about the cops, who raided the organization's warehouse down by Spring Valley, seizing their hefty cache of automatic weapons and ammunition. The rumor was there had also been a Boeing Sikorsky military helicopter in their armory, which I didn't doubt for a second. They were powerful enough to have acquired even a whole battery of tanks and jets. However, whatever they possessed had already been confiscated by the state, which should cripple their armed forces significantly and render them practically powerless. And that was just the latest property they broke into. Since early this week, the authorities had taken over various businesses tied to the organization in Nevada, clubs, casinos, and even down to the measly dime store they had in Boulder Junction, which they estimated to cost over $1 billion in total. Even if the organization had money set aside in offshore banks and shell companies, which I was sure they did, this was still a big hit on their finances, one they would have a hard time recovering from. Most importantly, more than 100 suspected members had been arrested. Unknown associates of the organization were already being taken care of by my men. Not even hiding could help them now. Soon enough, we'd be able to get to the big bosses. Jordan Maximo's murder had also been linked to the organization. Some strong evidence was starting to surface, pointing the finger at them. Right from the start, I figured out it was them. It just took us and the police a bit longer to compile proof that they were behind his death. So that was one less thing I had to worry about. I was able to get Maximo's people off my back, and in a peculiar twist, they even reached out to me to lend a hand in tying up loose ends in the organization. It still wouldn't be that easy, though. It would take some time to weed out every last bit of the organization to ensure they wouldn't be able to regroup and rain terror again. Nevertheless, I was sure that in a month or even sooner, Danny's name would be free of all the allegations against her, and she would be able to reclaim and get the chance to live her old life. And while the thought of giving back her freedom made me happy for her, a gnawing, ugly feeling of loss and sorrow washed over me. It was so overpowering. I had to down 3 fingers of bourbon straight up. I was grateful that the lump slowly forming in my throat was readily washed down with the smooth bite of the alcohol. "What the hell is wrong with you, Alex?" I left my desk for the first time since I got here. My lower limbs were tingling with pins and needles from sitting too long. That was nothing, though, compared to the strange sensation I was feeling in my chest. I grabbed another pack of cigarettes from my credenza, hoping to drown and push this feeling down with nicotine. I disliked this unfamiliar emotion taking over me. What the hell did I want with Danny? I just wanted to play with her and have a taste, didn't I? And I did all that. I screwed her thoroughly and enjoyed it immensely. I could still vividly recall how beautiful she looked, panting from pleasure with my seed all over her caramel skin. That was the only reason why I went through all this length to keep her safe. Nothing more, nothing less. And with our business deal nearing its completion, I would have to find more reasons for her to heed my wishes and commands. Be that as it may, Danny was smart enough to know better than to associate herself with me, especially not after she found out how dirty the business I was in truth was. How else can I make you stay, Danny? Screw this. I couldn't be bothered with all of this inane stuff right now. I had better things to spend my brain cells on. I rushed back to my desk and picked my phone up. "Sandro, status update, please."
Chapter 47. Danny. It had been a whole day since I'd left the vineyard, fully sober and pampered from the warm treatment of the sweet Italian grandma. Ever since I came back, I hadn't heard from Alex, and nobody could even tell me what the hell was going on with him. Not that I'd been rubbing shoulders with the people here. The grandeur of the Castello, as well as the silent emptiness, seemed to amplify how miserable I felt. I kept thinking about the truth bomb I might have set off on Alex, and how he decided to go back to the battle zone. Even with that much power, I knew the Sharks were aware of his return, and they'd be waiting to tear him apart. Was the risk of going back to Vegas better than facing me? Even though I was conflicted because of my confession, I was worried about his state. I'd only been switching between the TV and the internet, trying to get news from back home. Every time I'd hit refresh or change channels, I kept bracing myself for the worst. Any moment, I expected to see headlines reading, "Another Las Vegas mogul found dead." To my relief, the news was still full of the usual stuff: plummeting stocks, human trafficking, drugs, and violence, and none about a particularly handsome businessman gunned down in another alley somewhere. Still, I wasn't sure if this radio silence was better or not. I lay down for a bit for some shut-eye while the local Las Vegas news channel played in the background. I was on the brink of falling asleep when the loud, booming tune of the breaking news alert on the television roused me out of my lethargy. I quickly sat up and saw Lumina plastered on the screen, followed by an aerial shot of a car chase on the freeway. Suspect in the slaying of Vegas businessman Jordan Maximo was brought into custody after a high-speed chase when the accused resisted arrest at her residence near Spring Valley. They finally found her. A swift flash of her mugshot brought shivers down my spine, recalling how undaunted she looked while holding the gun to my head. Even in the photo, her sharp, steely eyes still scared me. The arrest was made after the evidence surfaced as part of the state's efforts in dismantling one of Nevada's most nefarious crime organizations. The DA office is confident they will be able to get a conviction. Daniela Harrison, the Lifetime reporter initially suspected of killing Maximo, who has been missing since the fatal attack on her arresting officers, is expected to walk as the DA office drops charges against her. Developments on the raids? I turned the TV off, unable to focus anymore as relief washed over me. I couldn't believe this day had now come. I, Daniela Harrison, am a free woman now. I'd never danced in my life, but at that moment, I found myself shimmying to a victory song only I could hear. I bobbed my head up and down when a ringing sound interrupted me. I was half hoping it'd be Alex congratulating me on getting my life back, but instead, a high-pitched voice with a southern accent greeted me on the other end of the line. "Yes, this is Daniela," I told her hesitantly, unsure of who she was, but I was confident the communication lines here in the Castello were protected. She expressed her good wishes on my newfound freedom before introducing herself. She mentioned she was Alex's secretary, calling from back home. "Mr. Wales has confirmed that you can now go back to Las Vegas," she revealed animatedly. "I've personally arranged for your flight back, and it should be ready to leave in an hour. The Dassault Falcon will be good to go as soon as you are." I thanked her fervently, beyond excited to go back to the homeland. As soon as I dropped the call, I proceeded to rummage the closet in my room for the meager wardrobe that I acquired here in Italy. I started cramming them inside a leather suitcase and haphazardly throwing my clothes inside. I couldn't wait to go back. That was when it hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm going back. While I had hoped and prayed for this day to come for a long time, I knew that going back meant leaving behind everything that happened to me, and that included Alex. He might haven't been the hero I expected to save me from all these woeful obstacles in my life, and yet he came through for me. I could go as far as saying that he had saved my life, and that was because he did. And in the process of finding salvation, I had fallen in love with my savior, Alex. However, I was aware that it was as far as my feelings could go, because even with the feat of courage I had to muster to let him know how I felt about him, he was no longer interested in me. With all these over, There'd be no reason for us to work together. Our paths would now go astray, never to meet again. Damn, stop it, Danny. Tears started brimming my vision. But I shouldn't be crying now. I had some packing to do. It seemed that was all I know lately. Weep and sob like a damn crybaby. I was free now. I had no reason to cry anymore. Whatever Alex felt about me didn't matter anymore. I could go back to my life now and pretend I'd never met him. A soft knock on my door snapped me out of my pathetic mulling. I pressed my hands onto my eyes before I stood up and opened the door. "Miss Harris, we need to be leaving soon," one of the bodyguards informed me. Within half an hour, I was at the airport checking in. I didn't even get to say goodbye to all the lovely people I've met here and made my exile here a bit more tolerable than I initially thought. With a sigh, I boarded the private jet bound to the U.S. Arrivederci, Italia. You'd been good to me.
Chapter 48. Alex. The organization had finally crumbled, and it was all over the news. I couldn't help but beam with pride for my handiwork. I thought it would take years, or months at least, to be honest. But I'd say I was lucky they involved Jordan Maximo. It certainly helped to move things along much more quickly. Despite the fact the operation went further than the United States, their powerhouse was in Las Vegas. Now the majority of their assets were in police custody, and the top dogs were in prison. The remaining powers had scattered, cowering back in the dark recesses of our society. It'd take immense effort, a crapload of money, and a Herculean set of balls for them to regroup. And I was sure those dirtbags had run out of those. They wouldn't be able to touch me at all. Although I initially did this for myself, to avenge my tainted childhood, and to prevent anyone from suffering the same fate, I'd have to admit, it was also because of Danny. There would be no reason for Danny to be in any danger again. She'd finally gotten her life back. I turned the TV off, poured myself a glass of wine, leaned back on my chair, and propped my feet up on the desk. I just needed to wait for one more phone call, then I'd know everything was officially over. With a glass full of wine in my hand, I rested my eyes as I kept my ears open for the phone to ring. Not a few minutes later, it did. I quickly got up on my feet and eagerly answered when I saw it was from Sandro. "Has Danny arrived yet?" I tried hard to hide the impatience in my voice. "Did you bring her home safely?" "Boss." Sandro trailed off, his voice laced with reluctance. For some reason, I found my heart beating out of my chest. "Boss, the car you sent to bring her home," he said gravely. When it was exiting the airport, it exploded, sir." It was like a bucket of cold water was thrown right at me. "Daniela?" It was all my numb mouth could utter. "We're still unsure of the status, sir. But our people are minutes away and our emergency team is on alert. I ended the call. All this talking would be of no help. I can still save her. I have to save Danny. With unsteady steps, I ran out of my study room and rushed to the garage. One of my bodyguards tried to stop me, but I just pushed him out of the way. I swiftly got into my car and sped away. I'd never driven with such urgency before. I was able to do the 20-minute drive to McCarran in just 7. I couldn't care less about traffic lights or speed limits. Not even the patrol car who tried to flag me mattered. Las Vegas went outside in a blur. I got into the airport and left my car running on the sidewalk. I ran 50 yards to where the accident was, near the pickup point in the arrival area. There was a thick crowd surrounding the crash site, but I could see black smoke rising from beyond. I pushed through the mob and I trembled at the horrendous sight before me. Firemen hosing it down to put out the flames that had engulfed the SUV. I clenched my fist at my sides, feeling powerless and unsure of what to do. My guts churned, and I could feel the wine from earlier going back up my throat. My ears had started to ring from the blood rushing to my head. Above the wailing sirens, the loud rush of water, and the roaring chatter of the crowd, I heard someone from behind me callously saying that no one made it alive. "No, that can't be true." I made a break for the upturned car, past the police cordon and the flock of fire trucks. I was so close I could feel the heat coming from the raging fire. But before I could get to the car, someone grabbed me by the hem of my suit and stopped me from going further. "Let me go!" I struggled against whoever it was as I turned around to try and take a swing at them. How dare they stop me from saving Danny? "It's me, boss, it's me!" It took me a second to realize it was Sandro. "I'm sorry, boss Alex," he said solemnly. "I have to save Danny," I pleaded to him as I slid to the ground, kneeling. "I have to save her, please," I mumbled weakly. I closed my eyes, but instead of the darkness, all I could see was Danny's smiling face. Instead of the sirens, her sweet voice echoed in my ears. "I'm sorry, Daniela. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry I walked away. If only my tears could put out the fire and bring her back. But I couldn't. All the torment and pain I'd suffered my entire life condensed in this single moment. The moment I lost Danny. "Alex," a very familiar voice asked me from behind, "why are you crying?"
Chapter 49. Danny. "Alex, why are you crying?" As if in slow motion, he turned to look at me still kneeling on the ground in his expensive pinstripe suit. His face was all red. I'd never expected to see Alex bawling like that, and I wanted to laugh at him. But as he stared at me, motionless, I could feel my eyes starting to well with tears too. I smiled at him, feeling the overwhelming happiness in my heart. I thought I'd never see him again. I suddenly noticed Sandro, who was standing beside him. I nodded to acknowledge him as he bowed back. "Danny!" Alex yelped as he got to his feet, slightly nudging Sandro aside as he helped him up. He rushed toward me, cupped my face with his hands, and without batting an eye, he put his lips on mine. For a split second, I couldn't process what was happening. I was so confused about how the person who rejected me some nights ago was now kissing me. I was sure I'd imagined everything in some sort of a daydream. But as my mind caught up with his soft lips against mine and the warmth of his body so real against me, I kissed him back with the same longing. I swear there was electricity. I closed my eyes as I breathed him in. I felt like I'd collapse if not for his firm grasp on my face. He gingerly broke our kiss, and I hesitantly let go of his lips. Alex placed his forehead against mine as he stared at me through glassy eyes. I'd never been this close to him. I could see the various shades of blue in his beautiful eyes. If given a chance, I'd be happy to get lost in them for hours. "I'm sorry if I walked away, Daniela. I wasn't brave enough to admit it," he said. "But I love you. I wasn't sure when, but I knew I loved you even before I thought I lost you." He sniffed to hold his tears back. "I love you." I swiftly wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him closer to me. In turn, he scooped me into his arms and pressed me tighter into him. I could feel our heartbeats straining to outrun each other. "I love you," he whispered against the crook of my neck. I held his face before me. I gently brushed my lips against his eyes, hoping to kiss his tears away as I traced them from his baby blues to his cheeks and down to his lips. I smiled against them as I professed, "I meant what I said, Alex. If I didn't, I wouldn't have said it. I'm in love with you, Alex. I love." He didn't even let me finish as his lips found mine again, and we got lost in our bliss. The wreck, the crowd, Las Vegas, all of it fading in the background. After what seemed like a lifetime, he let go of my lips and held me at arm's length. With a scowl on his handsome face, he scolded, "Don't scare me like that ever again, Daniela. I thought I'd lost you, and I wouldn't be able to tell you how I truly feel about you." "Sorry," I mumbled, with a playful pout on my lips. "What happened? They said everyone died in the crash," his voice quivering as he glanced at the burning car. For a moment, I felt sorry for whoever was in the car. I was certain they didn't survive. However, Alex's imploring gaze made me forget all about other things. I told them I would just get a cab, I began. They insisted, of course, but I refused to get in the car. I realized you had done so much for me and helped me more than I could ever thank you for. He shook his head and was about to open his smart mouth, but I immediately put my finger to his lips and continued. And there's the fact that you were avoiding me, so I was sure you didn't want anything to do with me anymore. I just couldn't accept any more of your help, I explained, unable to keep the hurt from my voice. I told myself I will leave everything in Italy and start over once I manage to get back to Las Vegas. I could see tears welling from his eyes again, and I reached out to wipe them off. Hey, stop crying. What happened to the tough thug Alex that I know? I laughed at him teasingly, but his face remained somber. I'm sorry, Daniela. Everyone knows me for being fearless. But the truth is, I'm such a coward, he said with such sadness and regret in his voice. I was just scared about how I feel, because I haven't felt like this about someone, ever. Not until I met you. A warm, fuzzy feeling took over my stomach. I knew I'd break you, and you won't be able to resist my beauty and charm. I couldn't help but taunt him. I love you, Danny. I'm sorry for leaving you. I took his hands in mine and kissed them. But you're here now. That's what matters. So thank you, Alex. Thank you for saving me. I owe you my life.
Chapter 50. Alex, get over here and suck me with your beautiful lips, I ordered Danny as I sat on the edge of the bed. Danny knelt, unbuckled my belt, and zipped open my pants. You couldn't wait until I said yes, huh? She said playfully as she captured the bulge under my boxer.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Just as I was about to push back into her, someone knocked on the door. Great, Danny blurted as she quickly got up and hurriedly fixed herself up. Damn it. Great timing. Hide, she commanded with wide eyes, so I cautiously hid inside the closet. In the darkness of the wardrobe, I strained to listen to what was happening outside. I heard the door open as Danny breathed out to calm herself down. Signora, they're ready to do your hair and makeup. We couldn't find Alex, Mrs. Hudson said frantically. Is he here? You know it's bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding, Daniela. I know, Mrs. Hudson, I heard her say sweetly. He isn't here. Look. The door creaked open. He might have taken a walk or something. You don't think he decided to bail on me at the last second, do you? Danny's voice was so full of uncertainty. He better not. I'll see to it that he's dressed and in place when you walk down the aisle. Mrs. Hudson continued. Oh, it's lovely outside, Danny. I haven't seen a vineyard with so many flowers. I'm glad you both decided to do the wedding here, darling. This is where it all started. So we both figured this is the perfect place to get married. Oh, Danny. I'm so happy I could cry, Mrs. Hudson murmured. You are both lucky to have found each other. But between us, it was Alex who lucked out. You are what's missing from his life. There was crooning, and I could imagine there was hugging involved. Mrs. Hudson was right, though. I was lucky to have found Danny, and luckier still that she fell in love with me. All right, stop making me cry, Danny, Mrs. Hudson blurted. Be ready, dear. I'll send the makeup team shortly. Yes, Mrs. Hudson. Thank you, Danny said. Then I heard the door close behind them. With the coast clear, I ran out of the closet and hugged Danny from behind. I love you, Mrs. Wales, I whispered in her ears. She jerked her head around and shot me a dirty look. Hey, I haven't said I do yet. Well, I'd kill you if you don't. Oh, yeah? Yeah. I turned her around and cupped her face in my hands. I bent down to her face so I could kiss her deeply. Outside, footsteps were heading our way again. You better go now, my love. Mrs. Hudson will throw a fit if she catches you in here. She shook her head lovingly and turned the doorknob. I kissed her one last time and headed out the door. I'll see you at the altar, Daniela.